Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, August the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. Just waiting for Torty to tell me in our YouTube room that you guys can hear me. Thank you, Torty. All right. Well, guys, first of all, blah morning so far, because normally when I'm looking at my pre-market actives up, there's a bunch of them at least up 100%. And there's only one 133%. And then there's TOVEX at 34, and the rest of them are just kind of meandering around. So this is, there's not a lot of big action in the pre-market with stocks really ripping. However, TOVX, man, what a move after having said all that. So this was a reverse split just a little while ago, and indicative of that float, 680,000 in the float, and just absolutely ripping over yesterday's high. And no news that I can see anyway. And then this big one here, the BNRG, the one that's still up quite a bit. Company report. This looks like it's an earnings play. We don't have, I don't know. Okay, I don't think it's an earnings play. It looks like they released on the 7th, but it's some kind of I don't know if it's guidance or whatever they're doing. But anyway, the company also announced a projected pipeline valued at up to $500 million. So that is putting a charge into a BNRG this morning, company out of Israel. So we have a few earnings plays. Here's a big one. Well, big one in terms of it's down a lot. 27% down for Elastic. ESTC. ESTC is down 27%. Good volume also. So keep an eye on this one through the 200-day moving average. And that is ESTC. Marvel is also another earnings play. MRVL up 11.5%. Big float, 861 million in the float. So semi, of course, did better than NVIDIA. I mean, this is up 11%. Raised to $98 a share from 91 by Evercore. Let's take a look. Any other analysts? Morgan Stanley. Up to 82 from 77. Cowen, target of 90. So, some analysts are coming into this one. Marvel's turns the corner on AI chip demand. Remember NCNA, guys? NCNA was halted for news. Can't remember if it opened actually. Well, let's see. When did it open? Yeah, it did not open until the after hours. So NCNA opened after hours. Remember, this was halted right here. And the company announced it discontinued its new tide 323 study. So, William, what else have they having? And no pressure. Okay. Do they have anything else going on? Or is this it? One trick pony? NCNA basically cut in half on that news. Lunar, where's Lunar? Lunar is still up a little bit here. LUNR. Give me one moment. I thought I saw some news on Lunar. Maybe not so much news. I think Roth has upgraded them from $7 to $10. Okay, so that's Roth, and that is for Lunar. Okay, yes, there is news on this one. Okay, so the company was awarded a $116 million NASA contract. Over how many years, I don't know. See if there's any other news on this one regarding the length and time, etc. Anyway, that is the news for Lunar. Lunar is a, not low float, not high float. Don't know what you mean. Can we screen halted stocks? You mean stocks that are halted right now that have been halted for? I don't know. Maybe. Never thought of it. You could probably do a history if you wanted to. In that, because it's a real-time alert. Okay, so when it gets halted, that's a real-time alert. When it resumes, it's a real-time alert. So you could probably maybe do a history and just, it would take a while, do a history and see if a stock that is halted has not resumed yet. MNSO, guys, MNSO is an earnings play also. Company report trading high. If the company reported Q4 financial results, this is China stock. Okay, now this one's showing up. ATPC, this is showing up. Is it under $1? No. Okay, so this is showing up. ATPC just showed up here. And company release addresses recent corporate exercise and strategic developments. Okay. So they're going to do, effective today, we'll implement a 1-for-20 reverse split. So they're doing it today. Do you remember that company that did that? They announced a reverse split in the pre-market out of nowhere. That was about, I don't know, within a year, maybe 2 years. Remember that company? And it just wreaked havoc on the brokerages. I don't know if they're doing the same thing. But when was it announced? That's the deal. When was this announced? This ATPC reverse split. I mean, is this the first time? Anyway, Marvel, guys, MRVL moving a little higher here. MRVL moving a little higher here. Earnings play. A lot of volume coming in. All right. 6.067 a share. Thank you, William, for NCNA. So they did announce it a couple of days ago. Okay. But you remember that company that announced the reverse split out of nowhere in the pre-market? I'm sure it was within a year. It rarely happens. In fact, I had not seen it before. I've not seen it since. All right, guys. So that one snuck in there out of nowhere. MDB, I think this might be an earnings play. Mongo database might be an earnings play. Yeah, MDB is an earnings play. Okay, well, for those of you who don't mind playing more expensive stocks, maybe play options in them. Up $43. MDB. Oh, you know what? I forgot to mention this one. I think Ulta. Yeah, Ulta's an earnings play. ULTA. That is an earnings play also. Down 7%. But I guess the question is, how much further can this one go? TOVX. Okay, and the market. So the market is positive still. You got up to this. I know it's PJ talking about this 561 level. So yeah, the market's a bit choppy so far. We're positive in a positive situation right now, up 2.37, the SPY. So having said that, let's take a look at the major sectors and see what they're doing. Okay, so wow, so interesting. So these are the major sectors. So look at energy, XLE. This is the major ETF for energy. 100% in red. That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. So energy, so far anyway, is the weakest sector by far. Doesn't mean they're well. HAL is down. Any volume? Yeah, 10,000 shares, but yeah, they're all down. Every single energy stock and every single stock that makes up XLE is down at least 0.00001%. And contrast that with technology, where 94% of them are up. Let's take a look at Autodesk. Actually, Autodesk, ADSK is an earnings play. ADSK is an earnings play. I don't see this that often. 26,000 shares, not a lot of volume yet, but it is an earnings play. Big gap, nice gap. Okay, so what I want to do now, especially with XLE, XLE must be getting closer now to that 200-day moving average again. Now look at that, guys. So there's that 200, the green line right there on my daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. So you can see this is, getting closer to it. It's the only major sector that is, that close anyway. Take a look at, let's see, discretionary. Actually, I want to take a look at Staples, XLY first, or XLP. Yeah, I can't even see it. All right, so there's the 200-day moving average for consumer discretionary. I mean, it's in sight. It's in sight. You can see it on the chart. A lot of the other ones you will not be able to see, but XLE, that's definitely the weak one, guys. Wait and see what happens with see if the energy sector continues to be weak today, and see if it gets even closer to that 200-day moving average. All right, just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in here. This I don't understand at all. Okay, so first of all, here's your headline. PALT has been awarded $65.7 million on a patent lawsuit against Cisco Systems. Okay, stock's down a lot, 32%. Now, I do see this. It says Paltech estimates it would receive no more than 1/3 of gross proceeds in connection with that. And it's still, they're still going to be appealed, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know if they thought they were going to get a lot more, and that's why the stock is down 32%. I really don't know. Somebody maybe with closer understanding about with his company and maybe what was going on, maybe they know, because I just don't understand why it's down 33% based on that headline, unless they were anticipating to get a lot more. No, you didn't. You weren't on Palt. Were you really? Green trades, or you just yanking my chain? Okay. I don't even know what they do. Oh, I know they're a social media platform. Oh, maybe it isn't. I'm sorry. I thought it was one of those. Okay. I did mention EBS. It's on my list. I do see it here. Squeeze that puppy. Okay, I do see it here. Up 16%. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know any more about the MPOX. I mean, we have the MPOX plays. Haven't seen them too much in the last little while though. GovX, this one EBS. But you're right. The company announced that the FDA approved their MPOX vaccine, I guess. Yeah, it's true, Rich. I mean, it's sometimes, but it's funny. I mean, when I read that, I thought, okay, I didn't actually see that it was down so much. I just saw that it was well, I did see it was down so much. And so, yes, my first inclination, okay, why is it down so much? But then you see a headline when they're awarded, looks like a whack of money. Well, I do see ASST here. It's up, what, 7% right now? high yesterday. This was a big one yesterday. Got up to almost $4. Closed down here at 278. I'm sorry, this is that's 2 days ago. It closed down here at $1.96. Shady, I just as I was I just looked at the room just before it closed. I think you said you were swinging BCDA. Are you still swinging it, BCDA? I think that was a post I saw about 3 minutes before 4 o'clock. Okay, cool. That was a tough one yesterday. I think you said you're in at 370. Is that correct? Should I try to just out of my memory? I think you said 370. So okay, well, let's. I noticed it did get up to 480. I don't know if that was if that's real or not. It might have been just a flash print up there. Ah, so they're doing an offering. Okay. Just looking at that right now. Yeah. Well, that hit at 8 o'clock. Oh, that's interesting. So that spiked it up, offering at $3 a share. So, well, it's above the offering price. So that's good. All right, guys, 9:22. I think I'll get my layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. Ah, good. Okay, guys, just rearranging some things on my other monitor. So, engineer, yeah. So you talked about the Halls resumes. I mean, I suppose I've never even thought about it, but I suppose you could do a history. A history, and check to see if there's some halt that has not resumed yet. I suppose you won't find very many. So I'm not sure what the idea would be. Well, the thing is, just do a history. Okay, there won't be very many that you'll see a halt that has not been. Are you just talking about a halt, like general? Are you talking about a company that is still in a halt? So again, are you talking about? Well, you can. Oh, well, that's the case. Well, all you have to do is Well, you can take this filter, this scan right there, and just adjust the price range. That's all. Okay. I mean, this is the halt resume. Just adjust the price range. And if you just want 2 to 20. Okay. So you could just, excuse me, you could just add the price range, price 2 to 20. Okay. Well, it's on my homepage. That scan is on my homepage. So all you have to do is go to my homepage. Okay. Go to my homepage. Scroll down, middle section right here. Click here, scans, and there it is, halts resumes. So once you've loaded it, then you just make the adjustment yourself. Add in the price. You saw what I did. Just have to, once you do that, so once you have it on your screen, then all you have to do is just right click, configure. Probably, yeah, if you click on summary, well, click on search and you can type in price. Okay, there's the icon. I mean, it's pretty basic stuff. And then add the filter. And then here's your price and just put 2 and 20 in here. Save it. Now you'll only see most of the stocks, quite frankly, are going to be in that range without doing anything. Okay, Peter. Typically, if you're day trading, you're looking at intraday. Okay, RSI intraday. Typically. I don't understand when you say you cannot access it. Well, do you know how to load something from my homepage? So when you say you can't access, well, that's okay. Well, let's see, what time is it? 9:27. Okay, I can quickly do it. So again, you click on my homepage link, okay, and click on the scan section. Click here, and then where it says halts, well, any one of them, but say halts resumes. Underneath it should say open scan. Just click on it. Click on open scan. Okay. And depending on your browser, it'll either overwrite what you're on or it'll create in a new tab. But you can see this, you can see the string is up here. Okay. The link is up here. Just highlight it like I'm doing. And then Control C will copy it. So now that link is copied. Okay. The link is now copied. And then from the toolbar, click on File, Load from Cloud. Okay. And then you should see, if you've done it correctly, you'll see the same link is right here. You can see it. It's in AT5. So if you've done it correctly, this will be filled up. This box will be filled. And then just load it. And now it'll be on your screen. Okay. No, it's not a matter of updating. I mean, that the software has been like that forever. So it's really not a matter of updating the software. 1 minute. Okay, guys. Yeah, less than a minute for this market to open. Well, guys, this is it. This is, maybe I call this the last. I know technically it's not, but end of summer. So remember, 3-day weekend, Monday market holiday, Labor Day for, well, certainly Canada and the United States. And I don't know other parts of the world. But anyway, so the market is closed on Monday. So let's have a great end to this trading day or trading week. I don't trade usually in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, guys, we're now open. So here's your first halt. Okay, there's your first halt. Notice it's at $4. Most of the halts, anyway, engineer, are going to be between 2 and 20. Not by design. I don't have that as a filter, but most of the time, you're not getting too many big stocks like high price stocks halted. And the reason being is that the reason why a stock is halted, most of them are volatility halts. I would say 99% of them are, maybe not that much. Some of them are news halts, but rarely. Usually it's a volatility halt, and that means the stock has increased a certain percentage in a time period. Most stocks cannot, big large cap stock cannot have that sort of a move. So it's usually the lower cap stocks, 2 million in the float. This is the NCNA. Okay. All right, guys, man, that TLVX just, as we like to say, severe rippage. So here's another one. Now this is under $1. I do get that. It is under $1. So again, if you want to just add $2 to it, to the minimum. All right, let's take a look at the opening SPY action. So weak, it is pulled back from this high up here a little bit. All right, 3M, a little bit of a pop here. Wow, 3M has had a great, ever since they settled that, well, I don't know if it's a lawsuit exactly, but whatever they settled. And ever since then, because they had to pay a big fine. Again, I don't know if the correct term was a fine, but they had a big payout out of 3M. I guess it wasn't as much as they thought it would be. And so since then, look at 3M. Wow, look at Marvel now, MRVL. Boy, some whippy action already, MRVL. Look at that, up to what, $79, right back down to 74.75. I mean, that is whippy action. So I don't like to trade in the first 15. TCBP, that's the other one I couldn't remember. Shoot. That's the other one I was trying to remember. The TOVEX and the BCDA. Those are two that I was trying to remember. Yeah, the TCBP. So this is now above, of course, above 2 days ago, the high of 2 days ago. TOVEX, wow, still over 7. All right, let's take a look here. Wow, this could be a big open, guys. So TCBP is halted at 637. and potential open in the 690 mark area. Okay, potential. Now, again, this blue screen you're seeing here, this is from Interactive Brokers. All right, nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. I don't have to keep repeating that. So it's time and sales. If you have Interactive Brokers, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. If you have another broker, I don't know what you could use, but this is what nice thing within Interactive Brokers. So again, this column is showing you where it could open. It doesn't mean it's going to open at 690. This number will fluctuate. Usually there are 5-minute halts. Okay, so if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:38 plus 10 seconds. Now, this one just got halted on the way up. Yes, it did get halted on the way up, BNRG. Okay, so this is, again, this is the news on it, reported year-over-year increase, okay, but I think this is the real reason. The company announced a projected pipeline valued at up to $500 million. That's a lot of money. Low float, 5.9 million in the float, 6 million or so in the float. Israeli company. So it just got halted on the way up a little bit. Morning. Good morning, Penny, in our YouTube room. Yeah, pretty choppy early action in the SPY for sure. I mean, this has been, it looks worse than it is because of the way I've got this, but if I sort of stretch it out a bit, but still, that is pretty choppy action so far with the SPY. All right, let's see where TCBP opened. So remember, it said 690 did not open there, got up to opened it around 674 or got up to 674, and that is TCBP. So, and I think we determined that that is not the right float. 596 million is not the right float. Way less. Yeah, Penny, AFRM. I do have that one thumbnailed from yesterday. AFRM having a little pop here, guys. Earnings play yesterday. Continuation so far. Dollar General too, guys. I mean, maybe keep an eye on this for a bounce. DG. Okay. I mean, it's already bounced a little bit, up 2%. Disaster earnings play yesterday. But it is trying to bounce here. And as usual, most of these low floaters not available to short at Interactive Brokers, which quite frankly is probably a good thing, okay? Because it's so For me anyway, it's very difficult to try to find a top, and you can get killed if you keep trying to find a top on these low floaters. I mean, eventually when they fall, yeah, it's wonderful if you can time it correctly. All right, the gap that started trading as a gap yesterday. Okay, GPS. So the symbol name changed from GPS to gap yesterday. It's, I think we had a leaked earnings yesterday, but anyway, technically released earnings after hours. All right, so TCBP popped up and now right back down. Big. I mean, look at that. That's from 7 down to 6. So this one resumed, but it really didn't pop. BNRG just resumed. You got halted at 154. So it really didn't do anything yet anyway. Okay, this is an earnings play. ESTC is an earnings play, and it's still down. It tried to rebound. Well, it did. Went up to 80, right back down to 75. So it is down 27%. Yeah, I forgot to check that. I know I posted the economic calendar. Yeah, that one that could affect 945. Well, 945 is the Chicago PMI. Yeah. So 945 Chicago PMI and a 10 o'clock consumer sentiment, which can have an effect on the market. Okay. So we've got a couple. So 945 and at 10 o'clock, we have a couple of indicators which could affect the market, or numbers, data points that could affect the market. Well, also Zooms is getting off to a rapid start again. GLMD, guys, halted, another low float, 7 million in the float. Halted on the way up. Now, look at this, possible. I mean, I doubt if it's going to open at 5, but I'm sure it's going to come down. I'm sure that number is not going to be 5 when it opens, probably more like the 410 mark. All right, DADA, DADA. Let's see what it, wow, okay. Good little move so far to start. Let's see if there's any reason for this one. This is a China stock. Let's take a look at China overall, okay? See if China overall is doing well. That's KWeb. Yeah, so I mean, China stocks are a little bit of a bounce. Little bit of a bounce. Wow, look at this one straight down, guys. This lab had a nice day yesterday. Yeah, this was a nice day yesterday for a lab, but look at this now. Yeah, big volume too. 1 million shares already, 8 times normal volume. Market opened, and I wonder if this would have showed up. You can see that transition from orange to purple. It did nothing until the market opened. But boy, if you had been able to see this back here at 48, and then you'd start to see this, that would have been a great short opportunity on that transition from orange to deep purple for ALAB. Now, yesterday's low for ALAB was around 43.50. So we're about $1 away from that low, looking left. Okay, so Chicago PMI, so pop the market a little bit. Consumer sentiment, though, probably is a bigger one, 10 o'clock. Well, it pains me to say this, but Best Buy, BBY, just slightly under under $100. Low yesterday was 97.78. I'm going to stick an alert there. Wow, this MXL, guys, remember we were watching this one yesterday? I kind of lost sight of it, but look at it now. So the next high looking left on the MXL, 14, wow, it's above that 1442. Now look left on that daily chart, 16, almost 17 is the next high looking left. And of course, it's had a horrible day back here, big drop. But we were watching this one yesterday, and I forgot to keep watching it. Okay, Green, I just sent you a little message, okay? Exactly, Peter. You know, I'm steadfast. I rarely break that little personal rule of mine, not trading in the first 15. All right, guys, Best Buy, BBY is starting to leave 100 behind. UBS has raised the price target to 123 from 106, though, for Best Buy. Truist, 107 from 86, just looking at some of the analysts. KeyBank, doesn't have a a price target. Just looking at some of these analysts. Citi, $115 price target. All right, guys, now is it time to really take a hard look at ATPC? Reverse split today, 1 for 20 reverse split today. Hard to understand this because we have 2.8 million in the float. And usually that is not adjusted until, well, maybe it's adjusted today. Yeah, it is the 30th. So maybe that is correct. Usually these, all right, I'm really keeping an eye on this ATPC, okay? I want to see if this could be the one. Give me a moment. I'm just going to check that other website. I want to see what they've got for the float. Yeah, so I believe we have been reverse split adjusted, okay? Because that other website that I do trust says 2.46 million in the float, okay? So I do trust that website. That is the dilution tracker. Seems to be pretty bang on. That kind of is their specialty. Something happened in YouTube, guys. Can you guys still see my screen in YouTube? Yes, okay, and you can hear me. Okay, well, I'm getting this error right there, so I'm going to have to reload so I can post. Okay, and I didn't do a browser refresh. Okay, so give me a moment, guys. I'm going through this now every day, it seems. So that's because I'm doing a browser refresh. Shoot. Sorry. I was on mute. Sorry about that. Yeah, when I went on mute when I was doing having to fix YouTube on my end. So yeah, so the ATPC guys. So a couple of reasons. I don't think I was on mute when I said I'm really interested in this one. This could be the one today. I don't think I was on mute. I do believe that what we have for the float is correct, because I did check that other source, that dilution tracker website, and they're in the same ballpark. Okay. So I do not believe it is, no matter what other website. There you go. Hall says 2.87 million, same as us. It's almost impossible for a stock to be up 76% with, 70 million or so in the float. Anyway, and if you have our AI, you know that ATPC was in our AI. Oh, come on, Captain, pump it. I'm in it. Pump it. I give you free reign. But I've taken some off. Again, you know me, $3. You got a little bit above the $3 mark. So I'm out. And I'm just watching to see how well it holds underneath or at that $3 level. So instead of watching it though, let me just put a price alert at 306. That was the high. All right, so TOVX guys, where's the VWAP? 640. So, if it gets over the VWAP, TOVX gets over the VWAP and holds, and maybe it moves from there. PJ as a potential. Okay, I'm all out of the ATPC, okay? And I purposely said out. Now let's take a look at where the VWAP is. It might hold at 255. What about the open for BNRG? Okay, let's take a look. BNRG. Well, right now, it's a suggested open is below the halt price for BNRG. Now, listen, if ATPC gets over 306 again, I may get back in. Okay, so BNRG just opened, guys, and it did open a little bit underneath the halt price. All right, guys, I'm just taking a look at some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything interesting. Not really. Okay, let's start to look at, this one was pretty active yesterday. AAOI was pretty active yesterday. Yeah, so it's above yesterday's high. 1061 was yesterday's high. Had earnings back here. Decent lift off earnings. You can see here's earnings on the 14th. It's had a decent lift off earnings. Next high looking left is so it's got a little bit of room actually. Next high looking left on the daily chart is 1156 or so. So it does have a little bit of room. Whoa, ATPC. It may make me regret not having any right now. And Mr. Market is putting in a pop here. So, right. So I guess I don't know what the numbers were, but consumer sentiment number at 10 o'clock. Obviously, so far anyway, the market is reacting favorably to the number. And that's it for today, guys, in terms of anything on the economic calendar that could have any effect. Okay. Yeah, no Fed guys talking, no bond auctions. FRO is an earnings play. FRO is an earnings play, guys. This is one of those tankers, deep sea freight transportation. FRO is an earnings play. Let's take a look. This is usually a pretty active one. Big float, 143 million. Next high looking left is around pretty close, 2478. So this was a little more than a 10-minute halt then for PRTG. So what happened when it opened? So this was, yeah, we're seeing a lot of these in the last few weeks anyway. Usually hardly saw any stocks being halted on the way down. But we're seeing a lot more now. Stocks halted on the way down. You know, Best Buy is, take a look at yesterday's low, guys, getting closer and closer. Takes that out. That could be a bit of a drop for Best Buy, BBY. All right, guys. Ooh, there it is. Okay, ATPC just took out that high briefly. And I mean briefly. So be careful. I mean, this one is, you see what it got to. It got up to 318 and it pulled right back underneath 3. So be careful. Obviously, in this one, if you're going to take this one, I'm not in it again yet. It's possible, but it is pretty volatile right now. And again, if you take this, do not wander away from your computer, okay? Because this could have a sudden drop. All about the float. Okay, so I'm looking at this at BDTX. Let's take a look left. Where is the next low? 568. Actually, I think it's 590. Sort of a short opportunity setting up a bit, but I'm looking here. I just don't see enough room for me. So Marvel is still up for the day, guys, but it is getting closer to, yeah, I mean, look at Marvel really giving it up. It's still up for the day, it's still upset 5%, but you can see that it's basically been, there's a walk. You guys are talking about walk, W-O-K. I had a price alert set right up here. I think this is the IPO price, right? And another low float, okay, 2 million in the float. Not a lot of volume, 188,000 shares. It's 6.6 times normal, but that's not a lot of volume. Interesting. The spread is okay. It's only a penny. Okay, it's perfect. Now it's not. It just widened. All right, guys. ATPC getting super interesting again. Let me get it on the screen again. Now, remember, I don't think there's any news on this other than they're addressing recent corporate exercise and strategic. Let me just briefly put this up here. Developments, strategic action aims to increase the market price per share, etc. They did the reverse split, a bunch of other stuff in here. All right, guys. Okay. Well, let's see if it works again. Oh. Okay, I'm very conservative and cautious, so I've taken some out just underneath 340. Talking about the ATPC. I'm watching it. Okay, I've out a lot more now. I don't have very much left. Okay, I mean, I just can't. I'm not going to trust these things. Got up to 350. The high in the pre-market looks like it was on 432. Well, they certainly did the right thing for the, we who trade intraday. Okay, they do the reverse split, but they actually pumped out a little bit of news about it also on the day of. Okay, well, I'm completely out of it now. Now, listen, I will put an alert at the high again and see if it takes it out again later. All right. How about WOK? What is it doing? Well, Rich, I will check that other website and just see what they've got for walk. And they've got 2 million also, and I trust them. Okay. Now, you're looking at the outstanding shares, say 14.5 million. Okay. And maybe that's what you're looking at. This is dilution tracker. This is what I use when I want to confirm these low floats. So it says 2 million, which is what we've got. And the outstanding though is 14.5. Okay. So, okay. I trust that website. I really do. That's sort of they specialize in that. Yeah, it's dilution tracker. I think they may make you go through a sign up procedure, but you don't have to pay for it. I'll give you the link. Yeah, there's the link. So they may make you go through a little sign up procedure, but it's not a big deal. Oh man, guys, look at Marvel now. MRVL have lost, and this is there's a lot happening right now. QNTM now also. QNTM. Another low float Canadian stock, 588,000. At least that's what we have. So that's what I do. I usually check that other site when I see some of these really low floats. I want to see if we're in line with what that website has. And the answer is, they haven't even indexed it yet. Is that right? QNTM. Oh, I put it in wrong. Yeah, so they've got 1 million. So I mean, we're in the ballpark. Okay. I mean, I know we've got 588,000, but no, I mean, if they said it was like 10 million and we have 500,000, that's a huge difference. And if you're wondering why is there any difference at all, really difficult sometimes if you really get an accurate float on these stocks that have done, several reverse splits. And you can see that ATPC has won 4 races. It's here. This is why we pay attention to it, okay? When I say here, the relative strength leaders. All right, guys, it is now 10:15. So let me go over my homepage and I'll show you the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, guys, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, you'll see there's a way in which you can take out a subscription right now. Barry 25, well, not Barry, sorry, Battle 25 off. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, please use whatever you see on my homepage as the promo code. This will really go a long ways to keeping the room free, okay? The room gets credit for the subscription. This is a free room, and that's how we keep it free. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. 10 short videos, starting off with a download and install, first startup and login, scrolling down a little bit here, introduction to scans, top lists and alert windows, two key ingredients of trade ideas, okay? This is a software program. There's obviously a bit of a learning curve. So what we did in these 10 short videos is try to cover the important topics, okay? If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. All free. This is a series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay, so it's a free series of videos. Talk of the Day video that I do. You can sign up for it here. Free, of course. Trade of the Week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section. This is our user guide. A lot of questions I get. More than likely, you can find it in the answers in the user guide. I have no problem answering the questions, but it's a good reference. I might answer a question. You might forget what you might want to do something a week later and you've forgotten what I've said. So, go to the user guide. More than likely, it probably has a section all to its own. There's the getting started. Now, much more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, TI stock racing. You want to create your own races. This is what you do. I'm running this race here. I will go over it. But, you want to create your own race with your own set of parameters. Of course, you can do so. Price alerts. You see, I use price alerts all the time. Put the price alert on the chart. When it triggers, my price alert window pops up on my screen. I cannot miss it. You want to create your own watch list of stocks that you want to watch. Here's how you do it. And again, there's a lot in the user guide. Like any other user guide, you do not have to learn everything. And last, if you're looking for my scans, you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down. Here are the scans that I am currently sharing. I'm not displaying them all, but I'm sharing a lot of different scans. These are the ones that I am actually displaying. The Halts Resumes is over here. This one, the relative strength leaders, is here. And this is just the flipped version, the reverse of this. I'm not sharing it actually, but no, I can show you how you do it, but nobody seems to care about getting this one. So that's okay. And then this is the upside movers versus downside movers is here. And then this race right there, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, is right here. But notice I am sharing a lot of other scans. I'm sharing these two races also. And again, I have other scans that I'm currently sharing. I do not have them all up and running. And neither should you. Don't take every single one of these scans and make a giant layout. You'll never get anything done. You'll be clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. Okay? The reason I have so many, there are different trading styles out there. Something that I've got might appeal more to you. Whereas, a scan that I've got may not appeal to somebody else. All right, now a little description about what Trade Ideas is all about. And if you're new to the rooms, this is the format, Monday to Friday. Is this one bouncing? Yeah, a little bit of a bouncer at NCNA. So this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and I'm going to say approximately 3 p.m. I usually take off sometime between 2:30 and 2:45. William has graciously kept the room open The main room open till 4. No obligation. I don't know what now today's Friday. More than likely, if he's going to keep it open at all, he'll probably shut down around 3:30. Again, no obligation. Okay. And this is it's a trading room, but it is a support room. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I'm in a trade or something that I need 100% concentration, I'll let you know. But typically, I can answer most questions. If it's an accounting type question, I cannot answer that, but I can certainly direct you to the right parties. Okay. If it's a type of scan you're looking for, if I don't have it, one of the other traders at Trade Ideas may. Okay. So William, yeah. So you certainly don't have to, William, as you know. Okay, guys. So what is Trade Ideas? So I like to demonstrate Trade Ideas. What its use is by showing you this alert window. This is the one I'm sharing on my homepage. Okay. And I call it Momentum, Momo. So let's take a look at what it is actually looking for and why we are excellent at real-time alerting. We are a scanner, a lot of screening programs out there. We screen, of course, but we also are excellent at real-time alerting. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume has to be at least 3. That's a powerful filter that we've got. That means it's got to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. Okay, it looks historically at what a stock has done at a certain, at the time of day, the current time of day. And so it's got to be, in this scan, it's got to be at least 3 times that. The volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes, 400% of normal. That's why I call it a momentum scan, because, the volume is pouring in. So the bottom line is this. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's what happened for MNY the last time. So, today, what is it right now? We're almost 10:25. So the last time any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day was almost 5 minutes ago. Okay. And this is a very active scanner. So, it's a little bit not strange, but, it's a very active scanner. Here's the ATPC, guys, challenging 3 again. You can see right here. You can see it got as high as 349. Again, these are all real-time alerts. So if you like the scan, you can have it. But if you don't, if you can make any changes to it, of course you can. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you want to take one of these filters out. Maybe you want to add a filter that you like. That's up to you. And as always, if you want to create your own scans from scratch, you can do so. So right at the very top here, these are all the filters. They're all the alerts that we have the real-time alerts that we have. At the very top, the 2 most popular, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. Okay. Scrolling down, you can see we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, come to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. So again, if you're looking at this for the first time the first time, and you've heard me go over this, first of all, don't get hung up on how many we've got and think, man, this is way too complicated. How am I going to learn them all? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. The only reason there are so many is that with all the different trading styles out there, the company felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters. Okay. That's the reason. Now, personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day, just a handful of those filters. It doesn't mean that all the rest of these are bad. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. That's all it means. But your trading style may be very different. So if you kind of go through these, you don't have to. You might see something that you understand and you want to use. It's that simple. But don't get hung up and thinking, well, I don't know what positive VWAP divergence means. Don't worry about it. Okay, guys, ATPC is actually hanging tough, just over $3. So, the question in our YouTube room, is it available for a Mac as well? Sort of. It is a PC-based program, okay? You can use the web-based version of our program. It's not as robust, okay? But everything I just showed you, all the scans that I'm sharing, etc., you can have access to them. If you're willing to use a program like an emulation program like Parallels or something, which I know some of the people at Trade Ideas who have Macs, that's what they do. And I know some in the trading rooms, that's what they do. So you can use the web-based version of our program. We're trying to get it more like as almost as functional as a downloadable application, but there are some differences, okay? But all the scans that I was going over, showing you, everything I just showed you, you can do in a Mac, okay, using the web-based version, okay? So let me go over the race here, okay? I think the race is an interesting concept that we started about a year ago. So you'll notice, so I run 4-minute races. Now, again, I showed you in the guide, in the education section, there's a whole section on racing and how you can set up your own race with your own parameters, okay? I'll show you what the parameters I'm using, but here's the concept behind the races. Right now, Reto, R-E-T-O, since the race started, okay, 3 minutes ago, has moved the most since the race started. So I have had, if I did a poll, I think most people use Parallels. I'm just interrupting my spiel here. And in our YouTube room, ask what kind of emulation software is good. Would I be correct for those of you who are using an emulation software? Would I be correct in saying Parallels is pretty good? Anybody who's doing that? I don't. So anybody using an emulation software in either room because they've got a Mac? So how can it be free? I mean, Soviet is saying he's using VirtualBox. Are there? I mean, there must be some limitations. Otherwise, why would anybody use Parallels then? Which just have I think it's a one-time cost. The one I hear most times, and it is Parallels. Okay, that's the one I hear most of the time. Now, the other way to do it is using something like AWS. I know there's a cost per month. Amazon Web Services, sort of cloud-based. So Pepe, in who I don't, it's not that I don't trust you, so be it. But Parallels works great according to Pepe, who I trust. Okay, and so now when so be it says the program is free, Windows is not. Yeah, so it all depends also on what Mac version you've got. VirtualBox only works on an Intel Mac, not M1 or M2. So it depends on your Mac too, or your Mac also. But I've heard nothing bad about Parallels. Okay. So let me keep going now. The races. So again, now there's the ATPC. So you can see that it is leading the race right now as we speak. Okay, so since the race started almost 2 minutes ago, it is leading. It's now 5.7%. Notice what happens when a stock wins a race. Well, first of all, a top 10 list is automatically created for you. It is not available for Linux, no. So automatically a top 10 list is created for you, okay, of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. This gives you great focus, okay? If you just want to focus on these stocks, you can do so all day long. So you can see that BNRG has won 5 races, ATPC has won 4 races, etc. MNY has won a race, and so if it holds on, it still has a minute and a half left. If it holds on and it is up 9.7%, then it'll have won its second race. But at any rate, a top 10 list is built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races. Okay? So the question should be, now you don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on it. In fact, I would click on anything you see in here just to see what's happening. If you've been trading, if you've been in the room for a few weeks, you know that ASTS has been trading a lot. And so, look at it. This might, for your trading style, you might be looking at this and going, wow, okay, I might want to take this right now. It doesn't have to win a race, okay? But if you see a stock here, you might just want to click on it. Here's a firm. A firm is, something that is a lot of people know. And look at that. I mean, a firm is an earnings play yesterday. It's above yesterday's high. If it meets your trading style, you might want to, keep an eye on it. So why are these stocks showing up? Let me wait to see if MNY holds on, and you'll see how if it does, it'll turn that MNY that says -1, it'll say -2. It means it'll have won 2 races. And there it goes. So it won it's won its second race. And you can see now, there it is. So why are these stocks showing up? So all races start off from a top list window. So you notice when I right click on the race, there's an option that says open top list. I'm going to do that. It's going to show up on my other monitor. So here it is. This is the top list window that this race is based on. Notice when I right click on it, I can launch the real-time stock race. So that's what I'm trying to say. You can create your own top list window with your own parameters to launch a stock race from. So what is this one looking for? If I right click on the top list and click on configure, click on the summary. So if the price is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it will appear in this long list of stocks. Okay. So that's number 1. Again, so I'm saying, if you don't, you can create your own top list with your own set of parameters. Now, before we had races, this is why a person would even use a top list window. Oops. Typical question would have been, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today from yesterday's close. So as long as you have a column header that has that filter, which I do, C% is the change from the close yesterday. If I double left click on it, this is telling me that BNRG is up 173%, ATPC 95%, etc. This is showing me ranked the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close that meet my filter requirements in the right price range, volume, etc. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from its opening trade of the day, double left click, and you can see MNY, the one that just won a race. It's up 37%, ATPC 28%, etc. Okay, so it's nice to know perhaps, and maybe you just want to look at these stocks, that's fine. But what the race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close, up the most from its opening trade. All it cares about is, since the race started, what stock in this huge list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. That's all it cares about. So for instance, I mean, look at Peloton down here, okay? What if Peloton, for whatever reason, right now it's up 3.6% from its opening trade of the day. But what if all of a sudden it just started to move? It's up 3.9%, it's up 4%, 5%, 10%, 15% for some reason. Some group out there is promoting it, or they come up with some news, etc. Okay? You'd never know that, right? I mean, how could you possibly see in a huge list of stocks, a stock that is moving up the list. Okay? And that's what the race does. The race doesn't care. Again, all it cares about is what stock is moving the most since the race started. It's all it cares about. Now, this can also be used for pullback type plays. Okay. I mean, I'm in essence a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day if I'm shorting. But you can take a look at these and you can say, okay, let's click on Rito. It won a race, two races. What's it doing right now? I mean, there's the high of the day up here. It's at 142. Look at the VWAP, it's 147. So you might, if you're a VWAP type player, you might say to yourself, well, okay, if it gets above the VWAP and it seems to hold and then starts to move, maybe I take the trade. Okay. Or maybe you like a moving average. You may have a favorite moving average. I've got that 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. Maybe if it gets into the 10 SMA, and Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas loves that one. Maybe if it gets into it and holds and bounces off it, maybe that is a way in which I can trade it. So, you can use these for also full pullback trades. Just all you have to do is just click on it and see what it's doing. Okay. Well, ATPC could be that type of play that I love later on in the day. Okay. Depends what it does, especially if it just kind of hangs tough. I wouldn't want to see it get down to 2, but what if it just got down to 260 and, traded between 260 and 3 for until, 1 o'clock, 1:30. Then all of a sudden the volume comes back in and it pops up through that high of the day. That could happen. I don't know what's going to happen, but that's the sort of thing that I look for later on in the day for these ones that really go crazy early and then they kind of rest for several hours. All right, guys. Well, it's been a pretty fast morning. So you guys have been talking, some of us in our YouTube room also talking about Intel, INTC. Yeah, just an absolute thumping on earnings a few days ago, a few weeks ago. But it was already in a steady decline even before that. Very choppy action on the SPY today, guys. Look at that. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Now, let's take a look at that volume. Yeah, so you can see the volume has, the volume yesterday was slightly less than the day before. And also, once we get into next week, I wouldn't expect great things on Tuesday. Remember, Monday's a market holiday. But, maybe towards the end of the week, we'll start to see more volume coming back into the SPY. But remember, historically, September is the worst performing month on the market. Historically, worst performing in terms of a decrease. Okay, historically, doesn't mean that this September it's going to be, but historically, it is the worst performing month. Boy, the Money Hero, this was a super active one months ago. Let's take a look at a monthly chart on this, and I think you'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah, look at this. Remember this month right here? Went from 71 cents all the way up to 467. And of course, it fell right back down. Not all the way back down, but it was like every single day it seemed to be moving higher and higher and higher on that month before it didn't. Ooh, this was a good one from, I haven't talked about the go-no-go charts at all, but this is, and I know this got alerted. I took my eye off this one. So BNRG, I know some of you are in this one, this BNRG. So this is what the pattern was looking for right here. Orange going to blue immediately, or at least no more than one bar in between. In this case, it went from orange to blue immediately. You would have had an alert right here, I think at 172. And now look at it, 210. And this is where the alert would have happened on the Go Momo 3-minute chart or scan. And it just got halted. Yes, just got halted. BNRG just got halted. So let me talk a little bit about these go-no-go charts, okay? So if you have a program, just click on New and then click on Dock Channel Bar. And then there's a channel called Go-No-Go. It does come, yes, Torty. The Go Momo 3-minute scan, 3-minute scan comes with the Go-No-Go. Yes, I'll explain that. Torty in our YouTube room. So this scan that I was showing, yeah, it's not in the channel, but I'll show you where it is, okay? So so when you click on the Go-No-Go chart or channel, this is what you're going to see. So the first thing you might say was, well, that doesn't look like a Go-No-Go chart. Where are all the different colors? This is just a normal bar chart. So the first thing you have to do, and please listen, if you're considering taking this, or you just have taken it and you're wondering, well, where are my charts? Why don't I see the Go-No-Go charts? First thing you have to do is click on any alert, okay, in any one of these scans. These are all daily scans, more for swing trading. Now, first of all, if you're thinking about looking at these go-no-go charts, the first thing you should do, don't take out a subscription first. You should take a look at these 2 videos, okay? There's 2 videos that you can take a look at. And then right here, this is some text, which it explains what the whole transition is all about from one color to the next. And you can keep scrolling down. So before you take out a subscription to it, watch this. It may not make sense for your trading style, because this is an add-on. Okay, it's a $50 a month add-on. This is not our program. This is from the people who created Go-No-Go. What we've tried to do, what we are doing though, is we're adding value to it by creating scans based on the charts. Okay, based on Go-No-Go. We're adding scans. So these are more swing trading scans. You can see they're all daily. These are on the high side or the bullish side, and these are on the bearish side. Now there is one intraday scan that I'm using, the Go Momo 3-minute, and I'll show you how you get that. So if you think, okay, I wouldn't mind trying it, well, you can try it. $50 a month. You can get 25% off the first month only by using my promo code. Okay. Now, in order to get this turned into a Go-No-Go chart, all you have to do is click on any symbol. Notice how it changes. Now, if you do that and it doesn't change, a couple of things. You should be on the latest beta, okay, of Trade Ideas, and then I think it'll change. If it doesn't change either, then if you right click on your chart, you might have to uncheck use browser interface. And if you do that, I'm sure you'll get the go no go charts. Okay? So in order to get this one, and notice you can incorporate it as part of your layout. So if you click on New from the toolbar and then click on Market Explorer, box pops up, right click on it, okay, and select strategy, another box pops up, scroll down, and there's the go no go, another box pops up, and then here it is, go Momo 3 minutes. This is still in test phase. That's why it's not, wow, look at the BCDA, good for you, Shady, I think. You must still be in it. The BCDA now has popped up. Oh, sorry. Well, it just opened. 206 now. Okay. That's the open. BNRG, it just opened. And BNRG just got halted. So again, that's all you do. So you click on this, and then, these are the alerts that will come in. You just click on them. And what the scan is looking for, and it absolutely finds the setup. Okay. Now, just because, just like any other scan you might have, just because it finds a setup doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. You still have to put on your trading hat and check to see what's happening. In terms of if you're going to go short, you look left. Where is the next area of support that you might see? In other words, where's the next low? Maybe on the daily chart or the weekly chart. If you're going to go long, then where's the next high on the daily or the weekly chart? You still have to, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you just take the trade immediately. So on the BNRG, this is how that worked, okay? The scan is looking for exactly this pattern. Orange going directly to blue, or orange with no more than one bar in between, usually, and that it would be this cyan. And if it finds orange to blue, or orange, cyan, and then blue, it'll find that pattern. And you can see it found it right there. BNRG found it right there at 173. So you could have taken that trade at 173. Now, there's no guarantee it's going to do this. You had to wait a bit before it really popped up. And on the flip side, the ones moving down, it will go orange and then either right to deep purple, okay, or with no more than one bar in between, a pink in between. And it'll find that also on the downside. So this is the news. It looks like this is sort of an earnings play, kind of, or giving advance warnings about upcoming earnings. I mean, because we had that they released on August the 7th. Take a look at that, see if they did anything. It really didn't do anything. But this is really the reason, projected pipeline valued at up to I love those, up to 5 million. So it could be $1 up to 5 million, 500 million. But anyway, that is the reason for the pop. Now, BCDA just opened. Now, they did a financing. They announced the financing in the pre-market at $3. So it's performed pretty well. A lot of times you'll see when companies do financing, it can be below the financing price. or the stock goes down below the financing price. And that typically, the reason being is that when a company does a financing, typically they're putting more shares out into the market. That's how they're raising the money. And so what happens is, of course, then your position gets diluted. And that's typically the reason why, when a company announces a financing, usually it goes down below the financing price for a while anyway. Okay, guys. Now, ATPC is actually hanging tough. Again, I don't know what's going to happen. It's 10:53 now. Sometime in the afternoon, as long as it doesn't like just completely fade away, but if it kind of keeps in this area and all of a sudden, takes out the high of the day, starts to move on some volume, you never know what could happen. And we see this time and time again. So that's why I've got a price alert. In fact, I should put another one. I'm going to put another price alert just over $3. And this is what we're talking about. We're talking about 7.2 million priced at $3, $3 a share. Okay. Yeah, I just don't think there's that much enthusiasm about the monkeypox plays, the mpox plays. EBS, announced that the FDA gave them some kind of a FDA approval. I just don't think there's a big demand for this right now. Let's take a look at GovX. Yeah, there's just no enthusiasm. All right, guys. Well, my gauge, the activity is this momentum scan is a very active scanner. And so far, almost 10 minutes have gone by before we get a new alert. So that is my gauge on how the market is reacting right now. Boy, the MXL, man, I'm ticked off at myself. Yeah, 15 might be a tough one, but And it's all about looking left. I mean, look at all the room it had. It showed up on the scan yesterday, or a couple of days ago, actually. And I said, you know what? If it can take out that 13 level, it might go. Well, it took out 13. Now it's taking out, looks like it wants to take out 15. Yeah, very real choppy day, guys, in the market. So the Dow's up a little, Nas is up a little, SPY's up a little. That's it. And I think coupled with, well, the fact that, of course, we're getting this long weekend, the fact that the SPY volume itself is just very low regardless. But we're getting into a long weekend. Yeah, this is very, very slow. I mean, again, my gauge is this. I know I'm repeating myself, but it's been almost 11 minutes since we've had an alert here in this very active momentum scanner. Okay, guys. Well, good time to ask questions if you have any. I'm not really, I'm still, I mean, the ATPC, and who took that one? I think Mr. Tony P, I think you took that one, right? At 263. So it's working nicely for you right now. I mean, this may happen earlier, okay? I mean, if we start getting some volume and it pops through 3, I mean, this could get going again, ATPC. Need volume, though. Need volume. And when I say need volume, I'm not talking about, because people say, well, how much volume do you need? It's not how much, it's in relation to the previous volume bars, okay? I mean, right now, I mean, this volume bar right there at 420,000 share, that's huge, right? For this stock. But in relation to the previous ones, it's not standing out. So that's what I'm looking for. I mean, it's traded 53 million, 2.8 million in the float. Well, I think this just got halted on the way down, right? BNRG just got halted on the way down, so on the way down. So I don't know what's going to happen now. Now, all I would be doing, Bezavi, I'm not going to do anything special. I can't see anything on the weekly chart, so I'm just going to look in the monthly chart. Where could it go? So there's the next high in the monthly chart, 324. Obviously I have no idea if it'll get anywhere close to that, but that's all I'd be doing. But right now it's on a halt down. Now it's not looking like, I mean, it's not like the projected opening is way below the halt price, but still it is halted down. See, I mean, I'm getting an alert here for BCDA. Okay, you have the orange, and then you've got just the one bar between the orange and the blue as a suggestion to go long. But I look at this and I'm just finding it a little too choppy. Now, if it takes out 4 again, the alert was at 380. I'll stick an alert a little bit above it, but again, just because I'm getting an alert from this scan, it's finding the pattern. Okay, it is absolutely finding the pattern, but it's, to me, it's just a little too choppy. Wow, MXL just made a new high briefly, got above 15. HashiCorp, and it's not what you think. HashiCorp, HCP, is an earnings play, guys. Basically at the lifetime, or not the lifetime, but a year high right now. Okay, William is saying Marvel's at the VWAP. So take a look at MRVL. $75.25 is the VWAP. So it's approaching the VWAP. Okay. It's been a pretty well, still up for the day. It's up 7.5%, but it had the big drop. At one point, it was up a lot more, of course. Boy, ATPC, it really is trying to challenge that 3, but the volume is still, in my opinion, a little too light. Okay, squeeze that puppy. I hope you didn't take that EBS. I know you asked me about that in the pre-market. Just not, I mean, again, I just think the MPOX plays are just not in favor right now. Would have been a nice short. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, firm is not done yet. I mean, it had a brief drop at the beginning, but after earnings yesterday, it's still hanging in there. Well, when I say a brief drop at the beginning, right there, got down to $40, and but you're right, it is still moving nicely. Torty. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you go to the chat? Okay, that'll probably get you more of an instant answer. I don't know. I know they've been doing all sorts of changes on the website. So I'm talking to Torty in our YouTube room. So just give me a moment. All right. So click on my homepage link. Just one moment, Ron. I'll answer your question. Just answering Torty first. So go to my homepage link, Torty, and where it says need help, click on the need help, click on the ask, and then click on the chat, okay? Because people are waiting for you to ask any question. But seriously, just click on the chat. That'll probably give you an answer more quickly, okay? And just make sure you give them your email so they can check your account, okay? Okay, now I don't know if there are any exact definitions, okay? Probably not, but let me just see. I'll ask Michael. I don't know if there's exact definitions, but I think so. If I go to the doc, so you obviously have the go no, do you have go no go right now, Ron, or are you just inquiring, wondering what this all means? These are designed. Now, have you looked at this or just exploring? Okay. First thing you should do before you do anything is take a look at these two videos, just so you have an idea about what go no go is all about. Now, if you've already done that, fine. Okay, but here are two videos, and this gives you an idea about what the color transitions are all about. Okay, so that's the first thing. If you've already done that, then what Michael has done, and I'm not an intraday trader, but he's looking. So I think he's looking at something that these are potential stocks to a swing. Okay, there's a go on the daily pullbacks. These are all different scans that he has created. Looks like the pullbacks are almost so. Let's take a look at what HBAN is looking at. I don't know if this is pullback back here and it's starting to move. Uber, maybe a pullback starting to move. Okay, these are designed for more swing trading, which I'm not go strengthening daily. Let me just ask Michael if he's actually created like definitions for all that. Most of the time is if you you just look at the chart, and if it makes sense for you, a lot. Hopefully, most of the time it's sort of illustrating what you're looking for. These ones are on the short side. Okay, let's take a look at WTO. Wow. Okay, well that's a crazy one. But BTG, these are weaker stocks. Now, this one is perfect. Okay, well, perfect. It's easy to explain because it is looking for a very specific scan setup. So when I look at ESTC, it's looking specifically for this. Okay, orange to either blue directly or no more than 1 bar in between. Okay, so you see where so we had an alert for this one, ESTC at 7660, right up here, because it's looking for this pattern right here, orange on a 3-minute chart, orange to either blue directly or only 1 bar in between. That's the pattern it's looking for. And, you know, in theory, it's a bullish pattern. Okay. I can't click on that. I can't click on, oh, wait, maybe I can. Yeah. Yeah. So what I was trying to say in that channel, the ones on the top, they're the go, well, the ones you're talking about, the go are long strategies, and the no go are the short strategies. Iris, I'm sure you've asked this question, but here it is. It's in the Market Explorer. New. We've been sharing it for a while now. New Market Explorer. Right click on the Market Explorer strategy, right click on it, select strategy, scroll down to where you see go, no go, and it's right there. I could have sworn you've asked that question before, maybe not. It's right here. It's been here for a while. Okay. You saw what I did? Well, that's the scan. That's the scan. So when you ask, can I share the scan finally? That's the scan right here. There is no other intraday scan. Well, this is it. There's no new one. This is it. I mean, this is I don't know what you mean by a new one. This is it. There's no new one. There's no one after this one. How's that? Oh, I see. Okay, I know he's looking at a top list. It won't be really a scan, but a top list that shows, and I think it's mainly for swing trading. I may be wrong. It's not ready yet, I guess. A top list that'll show, because a few orange bars in a row before we get the alert. So if that's what you're talking about, it's not ready yet. Yeah, you got to get comfortable with it, Ron. I mean, you know, I like it. I mean, I really do like it, even if I didn't have a scan specifically, but I do like it. More importantly, I like bar charts. I like the bar charts now instead of candlestick charts. There is no button on your page to click. What do you mean by that exactly, engineer? You talking about go, no go? You want access to my chart. What chart are you talking about? Are you talking about a scan or a chart? And this might be just semantics, but are you okay? Are you talking? Maybe this is what's happened. Okay. So, okay. Now, can you tell me what scan are you talking about? Are you talking about this scan here? What scan specifically are you talking about? Oh, the halt. Oh, okay. Well, so when you click on my homepage link, scroll down, click here. Now, are you saying that click here is not clickable? Oh, okay. Okay. So all you have to do, and that's because you've got a cache version, I guess. Okay. If you keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, okay. And then the little refresh icon up here, the little refresh icon, hope you can see what I'm pointing to. Just click on that, and then that'll make it clickable. This happens when the gentleman who looks after my home page, he makes a change in here. For some reason, that happens. I have to do the same thing. So yeah, just keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then just click the refresh button, and then that should become clickable again. Okay. Okay, perfect. And then just click here, and then here's the halt resumes right there. Okay. That'll be it right over here. Now DHT is showing up on that scan. Okay. And I'm sure it's being affected by the market. I just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. I mean, there's your pattern, orange now to deep purple. Okay, immediately. I just don't know how dynamic. I don't think it's going to be dynamic enough to care. And I'm sure it is probably more or less following what the market's doing to a certain extent. What do I think about walk here? Let's see. Okay, well, walk won 3 races. Let's see what the volume is. So this is an IPO from a few last week, I guess. So yeah, it's a lifetime high now. Took out that yesterday. So yeah, I mean the volume's good. I mean the volume is certainly picked up back here, popped it through. Can it sustain? That's all. It's a low float, 2 million in the float. Just a real cheap IPO. Later if it takes out the high of the day, I mean it could get rocking again. I mean that would be a lifetime high, of course. Aha. Okay. I was just going to ask Andy if it's him today. Yes. And he'll be taking over for me in about 40 minutes in our YouTube room when I take my break. You guys were talking about this is probably under $1, right? FCUV. Wow. Nice move. Trading higher after the company in a Form 4 filing disclosed that CEO Dashing Wang bought 302,000 shares at an average price of 18 cents a share. Okay. Yeah. So he put about $55,000 into it. Here's another one that's showing up on the scanner, guys. Again, orange to deep purple. The alert would have been around 760. It hasn't moved that much. I mean, it's got a little bit of room to the low of the day, I guess. 739. But I'm probably like most here that, if I weren't, I'd probably be taking off now. Spanky, our current champion. Oh yeah, at 11:15. Whoa, that was really good. I missed it. I missed that one. That was not. Now, the only issue is no. I thought maybe the alert was down here at the bottom of the button. No, we actually got the alert at 8:26, right here. Well, it's on the 3, but yeah, I'm surprised. I don't quite understand why we'd get the alert at 8:26, which is good. That was a good one. Okay, so that means, William, that means in 8 days you should be 100%. You've been going up 5% a day. So on Tuesday you should be about 80%. I'm intrigued why we had the alert. This is what I'm talking about, okay? The rail alert was at 11:15 at 8:26. And remember, these are on a 3-minute chart. 8:26. Oh, of course. Of course. We had the alert on that candle right there. So that was beautiful. I just missed it. Boy, that's the way you want them to work. Oh, yeah, time. You had time to digest to see what was happening. Again, guys, I mean, very, very slow. SNPX, the last one through this very active scanner at 11:15. You know, it's almost 15 minutes ago. So very active scanner, just not very active. Boy, EBS, what a great short. Didn't take it, but what a great short that would have been, EBS. And look left. How much room does it have? Boy, this has got room. Oh, man. Look at this EBS, guys. Monkeypox play. Had some news about the FDA approving. Market doesn't care. Next low looking left is around $7. I see we have a bunch of doctors in the room. Now, here's one some might like, and this is pretty expensive. Dove is still up for the day, barely. DOV starting to fall. You can see orange to purple. Okay, orange to purple. Here's another one, guys. The TXG. I mean, I'm think a lot of these are falling with the market. Okay, so TXG, orange, deep purple. Alert at 2306. So next low looking left over here is 2276. Okay, so we've got a minor disconnect in the market now, guys. The Dow is down and the Nas is still up, briefly anyway. And so we've got the difference between the value stocks and the growth stocks. SPY is still hanging on barely positive. Oh, okay. Michael is saying the video. Who asked that question before? Ron? Were you still in the room, Ron? I guess the video goes over it all. Okay. So this must be it, the channel explainers. Okay, this must be it. So I don't know if you'll watch that, but that he says the video goes over all these all these scans. Well, I agree, Penny. I think that the market's been slow this week in terms of the overall SPY volume, of course, but now that we've got the 3-day weekend coming up, kind of the unofficial end of summer. So you asked me about walk before, and look how walk dropped. Now, what did it do? 511 is the VWAP, so it dropped below the VWAP, and then it came up through the VWAP. VWAP kind of held, so it might be a little late though. 511 was the VWAP. Well, I just mentioned Dove, guys. So again, it's a little expensive for me, but this looks like interesting. It is starting to drop more based on that scan, and I'm sure the market is helping. I mean, Dove is still barely up for the day, up 0.53%. Yeah, you're right. BNRG is picking up some steam, Alex. And just as you said that, it just got halted. Yes. Well, this one's starting to pick up steam on the way down, guys. DOV, I didn't take it, but again, just pointing out some of the, the opportunities. This might, it's just sort of way outside the price range that I normally trade, but some of you might not care. All right, CING, which remember we saw this one a few days ago. This is back on the 16th and popped all the way up to $21 for some reason. Low float, that's the reason. I don't even know if they had any news. It started the day before and it's come all the way back down, trying to recover a little bit here. CING, another low float. Boy, this rail just is there news on this one? I don't think there's any news on this one. I mean, they used to pump out news left and right, signing another deal with some rail line somewhere. They used to be pumping this news out all the time. But something has hit this stock. I don't know if just, strictly profit taking or what the deal is. I don't see any specific news on it today. Yeah, I've got my 3 and a 15. The 3 for the alert, and then the 15 to see if there's any sort of consistency in the pattern. But I'll be honest. I mean, I've sort of lost interest. Okay, in all this today. It's just sort of one of those days where not getting too much, great action early. See where BNRG could open. Well, it just opened. So it just opened. So it got halted at 231. So it opened at 236. Hanging a little bit above that right now. So if you're a VWAP player, look what BNRG did. I mean, it got down right like a 180 or so is the VWAP. Look where it got to. It pulled into the VWAP area and it held. Okay, if you are a VWAP player. Yeah, that's because you'll only going to, if you just load my scan, any scan you just load engineer, you're only going to see the last alert. Okay. You're not going to see all the ones. If you want to see them, you have to hit, if you want to see all the ones for the day, but I wouldn't do it right now, but on Tuesday, okay, just incorporate this as part of your layout. As long as you load trade ideas at, 9:30, no later than 9:30, then you're going to see all the alerts all day long. Okay. But when you load any one of my scans, right, for instance, right now, you're only going to see the last alert. Now, if you want to see them all right now, you can right click and click on history. And today, then you will see them all. Okay. But going forward, just make sure you incorporate this scan as part of your layout. Well, guys, what time is it now? 11:46. So in about 14 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Andy will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. All right, here's might be interesting. QMMM. It's at the VWAP. VWAP is at 603. So you can see it's just below the VWAP. Maybe if it takes out the VWAP, holds above it for a bit, maybe it pops off the VWAP. Okay, Oliver. First thing to do, make sure, first of all, you're on the latest beta, okay? That's the first thing. So if you click on the go, so you say you're going to try, you have signed up, okay. So go to the chart, go to the channel, the go no go chart channel. So you should be there now, right? And then to get this chart into a go no go chart, just click on any one of the symbols that you see here. Okay, these are all scans based on daily patterns, the long side and the short side. Just click on any symbol you see, and that should turn it into the go no go chart. So let me know if that worked. Number one. Yeah, well, went into the doc channel bar. Go to the doc channel bar and then the go no go charts channel. Yeah, click on new and then doc channel bar. Yes. And then you'll see the go no go charts channel. Click on it. And then this is what you you won't see this to start. So doc channel bar. go, no go charts. Click on that. So this is what you should see if you've done it correctly. Okay. And then you should see these scans here with some symbols. Yeah, you should it works better on the beta, but also just I think the beta is 0.95. I think Pepe said the beta is 0.95. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So yeah, so if you click on help and about, I'm on a development version 0.99, but the beta is 0.95. So that's where you'll know you're on the beta. If you click on help and about, that'll tell you what version you're on. Okay. Well, assuming you get on the beta, I'm not sure what you meant by choke down. Does that mean it's screwed up on you or? But let's assume you get onto the beta. Well, that's the other thing. I can use for some reason. But it's possible. So, okay, assuming you load the beta, okay, and you're fine, then you click on an alert. Any alert you see, if it should turn into the go no go charts. Now, as Pepe says, if it doesn't turn into the go no go charts, then right click on the chart and uncheck use browser interface. I think some it works, some it doesn't. I don't know why, but if it doesn't work after you've downloaded the beta and you've clicked on any alert you see and you still don't have the go no go charts, uncheck use browser interface. Okay. Again, right click on the chart and uncheck it. And then what you can do is you don't have to stay in the channel like what I've done here. Okay, how I've got these charts. All my charts now are go no go charts. So what I did was I right clicked and I duplicated into a free floating window. Okay, so now it's a free floating window. Now I don't have to be in the channel anymore. Okay, and now I can start duplicating and I can create my different time frames. And of course, when I click on any alert outside, I mean, it doesn't matter if I click on RETO, it's going to change to RETO into the go no go chart. Okay. And then if you're looking for the intraday type scan like this is the Go Momo 3-minute. I'll be taking my break pretty soon, but I'll come back. Okay. Assuming hopefully you'll have the beta downloaded by the time I get back. I can go over this again because if you want the 3-minute scan, then you click on new, go down to Market Explorer, click on Market Explorer, box pops up, right click on it, select strategy, another box pops up, scroll down, another box pops up, we'll get to the go no go, another box pops up. I know, convoluted, but you only have to do it once, okay? And then click on the Go Momo 3-minute, okay? And then this is what you're going to see. And then just incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to do that every day. That's what I do. And then you're good to go. All right, guys, 11:54. So I better get set for Andy taking over for me. Okay, on a break, back around 1 p.m. ET. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. I'm going to put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over to listen to Andy while I take my break for the 1 hour. Yeah, watch the videos. I'm sure you probably have watched the videos. It kind of gives it a far better gives it a decent explanation you can refer to. All right. Well, there's Marvel now showing up. Now, is Marvel on the way up? Ooh, okay. Marvel's on the way up. We had the alert at 75.44. Okay, so it's moved up a little bit, and that's what I'm talking about on the go no go chart. The go no go 3-minute scan 75.54. So you can see orange going either directly to blue or no more than 1 bar in between. Okay, that's what the scan looks for, and it finds it. Now, again, like any other scan, doesn't mean you just pile into the trade, but this looks pretty good. At least it's had a nice little move. It's probably moving a little bit like with the market. Now the market is starting to move a little higher again. And of course, Marvel is an earnings play today. So, I mean, it should have, plenty of volume all day. It's an earnings play today. And remember, I mean, the whole concept behind go no go, these are trending. Okay, so if you get into something, if you get an alert with anything and it's just chopping around, no matter what the alert is, I mean, it's probably not wise to take it. So it's more of a trending type of a pattern. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. The ATPC, I mean, I still, I still have the feeling, I mean, it's still hanging in there. It got a little bit lower than I thought. I would have liked to have seen it hang in there between 260 and 3, but it's still hanging in there. And again, it could be one of those later on in the day, gets an explosion of volume, and it could pop it through. Yeah. Last time I saw Sing, I thought it was, it was around 6 right here. See, that the pattern was not perfect. Doesn't mean you can't take these, okay? It just means, what the scan looks for is orange directly to blue or no more than 1 bar in between. It doesn't mean these are bad. I just heard a little pop, so I think Andy's in our YouTube room. So guys, I will take a break now in the main room. I'll see you in about 1 hour at 1 p.m. Eastern time. And now I'm assuming you're there.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah.
Andy.
How you
Mr.
doing,
Andy
Barry?
Lindloff himself.
Yeah.
Taking
How
over
are you?
for me for 1 hour. I'm okay.
Good.
I'm okay. A little bit slow today, but I was able.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I was able to luckily take advantage of a couple of trades in that ATPC, and that basically made my day.
Good. Let me check it out. ATPC.
ATPC.
Oh yeah, I saw that this morning, and I'm like,
one of
Yeah.
those ones that have done. Just one moment, please. Yeah, one of those ones that did a reverse split today, and yeah, I mean, instead of just collapsing, it did the reverse. It did the reverse of the
Yeah,
reverse split.
on huge volume too. Yeah.
Exactly, huge volume. Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow, look at CING right now. But you know what? Who cares about that? College football. Now, how do you, no Dion's
Mhm.
team last night? I don't know.
I know. No, that
Division 1A.
uh
I mean,
yeah, they yeah. Their
yeah,
schedule's not that tough, but yeah, they got three really good athletes on that team, but other
yes,
than that, they're a very subpar
ordinary.
team. Yeah, yes.
Exactly.
Yes,
I
I
think the
think so.
bloom is off this year. But anyway,
Well, yeah.
um, not a lot
The
of lot of good games this weekend though.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I got a good one Saturday night. My Aggies are playing Notre Dame. Yeah, so I'll be glued
Oh
to the
yeah,
TV.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it in Aggie Stadium or in
It
Notre
is.
Dame?
It is.
Ooh, you
Yeah.
go to
You,
any of the games, or is it
I
too
used to
far?
go to all of them. Yeah, I just got too tired. It's like,
Yeah. Okay.
it's a lot of work, man, and I'm just now the comfort of my home,
Yeah.
my big
Are you an
screen, living
alum?
room.
Are
Oh
you an
yeah.
alum of?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you
That's
are.
that's where I
Okay.
graduated from. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Why aren't you out working the farm somewhere?
That's a misconception, Mary.
A
Yeah.
misconception. Okay. Anyway, enough of this. I think everybody wants to hear your take on the market today and any scans you may have to share. So
Yeah,
I'll see
sure.
you in about an
All
hour.
right.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, Barry. Enjoy your break.
Okay. Bye.
Bye bye. Hey, everybody. That's a nice little pop there in that zing, huh? This is the trading studio. My name is Andy. If it's your first time in here, I doubt it is, but I see a lot of regulars in here, and we will, if we need to, we can talk about any problem you might be having with the software, any configurations you can't figure out, or whatever your question may be. Just drop it in the chat, and we'll get to it. Other than that, we'll definitely talk stocks. We'll definitely talk markets. Uh, I'm sorry, just reading some of the uh, comments in the chat right now. So yeah, I thought the market being the last day of the month would make an attempt. It still may at all-time highs in the spies, but so far not happening. And it's been tough sledding as far as swing trading. All you got to do is look at the action we've seen in the SPY over the last 2 weeks. Really, it just really has gone nowhere. Luckily for me, I was able to catch some China stocks on, and I'll kind of give you guys an idea of what I was doing when I bought these. So you don't think I'm just crazy catching falling knives, but there is kind of a method to my madness. But we'll talk about that for sure and some of the trades that I'm in. But yeah, I find it easier sometimes to, you know, I hate to say bottom fish, but I guess that's what it is. Then try to trade, a market like these setups. They don't pan out. Like this PLTR was the top one on my list yesterday. Just a beautiful, pattern right here. Came back, bounced off the 20. You had support right here. I bought this in pre-market. Luckily, I sold half because it is coming right back down now, only 50 cents above my entry. So that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Sometimes when you get action like this, it can be easier looking for maybe a bottom fish off the support or a moving average or something like that. Yeah, trader 7 go to had a nice bounce the other day after getting beaten up. uh I tell you what kind of piqued my attention. Okay, this PDD has a big weighting in the K Web and also in some of the other China indices, and it was just getting crushed after earnings, which I didn't think were that bad, but I think some guidance or something like that scared a lot of people. But some may say, "Well, gosh, Andy, if you got it at 89 down there, you're definitely catching a falling knife." Yes, if you're looking at the daily. But let's take a look at the monthly. And this is why I like to go a lot of times when these stocks are getting hammered. I'd like to look at longer term time frames. So if we actually dive into the monthly here in this PDD, you're going to see that it pretty much caught the monthly trend. And there you have it. So you had a line here, down here, and look at that bounce right off that monthly trend line. So that was my thinking. Small size. And obviously when I'm doing things like this, I scalp out some pretty quick and just keep a small size. So um, and obviously it could come. I'm fully expecting it probably to come back down to my entry. That's okay. I'll just get out of my last chunk if that happens. If not, maybe this is the start of something new. So do that sometimes, guys. If you're thinking about an entry, but you're saying to yourself, "Gosh, this looks really bad on the daily," take a look at some of the other time frames. It just got to go in with small size, though, a lot of times. And at the same time, K Web bought down here at 24.78. Now, I'm really disappointed in the action today of all these things, and you see it time and time again. China's overseas markets look nothing like the chart you're seeing over here. Okay, even FXI, they are closing above, these ranges, and for some reason they gap up and they get killed over here. Well, that day when I bought that, I noticed China didn't sell off that hard. They were just down a fraction, of a percentage, and they got killed to the tune of 3 and 4%. A lot of these stocks, and I'm saying, well, I'm going to take a chance. It worked out because what happened the next day, they all gapped up big because people were wrong over here, and China actually the following day, instead of selling off like our market did to it, uh, bought it, bought more. So anyway, I'm thinking these levels. Matter of fact, I just jumped in some more JD at I think 80 when it pulled back down here, but we'll see. I mean, these uh, it's a different game. There's some messed up charts, but I've always traded them well, so I'm gonna stick to them. All right, let's take a look. Baidu is probably still being Baidu. I actually bought some more. I think around on the pullback here to the moving average around I think 40, and but it's still being Baidu. Baba's probably looking the best. It's above all its moving averages now. Uh, JD seems like it's still kind of shaking off the Walmart uh, totally getting out. I think they did get out of all of it too. So you got to remember there were buyers and put on a little hedge today on an AAPP. That would be an Apple short, and then FAS just no reason to be buying this, but in this rotational market, I was thinking, boy, if the Qs kick it in, you're probably going to see a sell off in the financials. That's just the way we get this stupid rotation. But the financials have been so strong lately. But anyway, I won't. I got a decent price, 7.96. I won't let this destroy me. I'll get out pretty quick. That's typically the way I do. If I try to fade something like that, which is just asinine, I'll keep it real tight and get out quick. All right, so that's pretty much the stuff I'm in. So see what that Marvell's doing right now. Because I was going to buy it, and I said, well, gosh, it's real close to this level. I am going to put an alert down here. Darn, stopped a little bit short and bounced. Speaking of bouncing, the market has, after it filled the gap a couple of times, put in a wick and now is trying to move higher. Mr. G, you know what? Good question. I don't know. Well, if we don't have one this month, we'll definitely have one next month. These are something we want to do quite frequently. We'd like to do them every month, but we'll have to see. Well, yeah, but yeah, we can throw them together pretty quick now. So hopefully we'll have another one this month. The last one was great. I mean, even for being late in August, which is typically really dead, we had good amount of participants. Fun. Excuse me, real quick, while I get my account over here in case I have to do anything. I'm sorry, just checking everything real quick. See GameStop coming through the little relative strength. What's its little brother doing? Nothing. Seeing Steve's head pop in. DDL. I think that's a China play, isn't it? Yeah. Float's kind of big. Surprised I tried this minestrone. I like to call it minestrone today. I thought their earnings were pretty good. But I remembered last time this thing traded the same way. Don't be surprised if this thing, maybe not today, but the next day just takes off. I've seen it do this before after earnings, which, like I said, they're doing $1 billion buyback. I thought the earnings were great, but we'll keep an eye on it. As a matter of fact, if it pops up back above this 50 level, I want to know. Check the races. Is that Zing again? I don't trust it. I may have trusted it right down here or even breaking through highs of days, but I don't trust it there, especially just getting close to yesterday's high. Seeing some junk stocks go too. Let's take a look at my big board, the big cap above all moving averages. That doesn't really have to be big cap. Ooh, that looks pretty interesting there. I'd like it better if that 10 period moving average was touching it, kicking it higher. 11 million in the float. Put alert above these two. Get a head start. 650. CD, GD Culture Group, trading services. Nice looking chart there in Tango Therapeutics. See, that's kissing that moving average there, looking for a 3-day high. Hi, Penny. How are you? Sorry, I missed that earlier. Yeah, yeah. XLF, you can't stop it. Uh, I would like to be, in it when it breaks, but I don't get stupid. I mean, you can't. Like I said, I'd never uh, have a problem trying to fade. As long as you keep it really tight, or you go in with real tiny size. No, Wolfhound, this is my layout. This is my layout that I use. I do have some like 6 windows on the other side as well. Since I like to play China, I got my little China watcher over here. Also have AI stocks. Like to keep up with the AI stocks. Not as active as it used to be. Got the ARC stocks over here. Something that I added recently. Got got the big boys I keep track of. The Amazons, Teslas, and like to see what they're doing. I'll play these quite a bit. As a matter of fact, I tried Amazon this morning, and of course, I tried it right here. Stop. I mean, I got out quick. It was one of those kind of things. I said, well, if it's going to go to highs and take out this 10 period moving average, I want to be in it. So a lot of times I'll anticipate. I was wrong. I got out for a paper cut. No big deal. It's actually just kind of looking for a day trade. I thought that was gonna go, but not so fortunate. But and then I got a couple of berries windows over here. Yeah, yeah. You know what? It's just out of habit. I've always had the channel with the dock channel bar. I probably should just remove it because it seems like now when I want to go to the channels, I just go to my dock channel bar. Uh, so I think that was just a part of my original layout, and I just left it up there. Gosh, dang it, that makes me mad. That Marvell. Oh, just pathetic. Just not a whole lot going on. I thought we'd maybe see some action trying to get to the end of year I'm sorry, end of month all time highs, but maybe they're saving it for a after Labor Day. Let's see, like Memorial Day, right? No, Labor Day blast. And 9 times out of 10, we would go and tag that all time high. This is one of those that 10% that doesn't do it, and we sell off. Who knows? I'll stick alert up there just in case, but I probably wouldn't do anything. It just slop. I thought Peloton was going to go today. I bought it on a pullback here earlier, and I thought it was going to maybe squeeze some more. I ended up getting out basically as a flat. Even Soup V, which took off this morning, looking really strong, gave it all back. It's you look around, it's all financials. It's all the XLF. It's been looks like it's probably gonna just go do a doji today as well with the market. Shog, I'm gonna have to go back to my day trading days to think about that. But uh no, it depends on the stock. If it's a momentum trade and uh it gets slammed down, that could be kind of quick. In other words, it could if a lot of people are interested, there's good volume and it could happen really quick. And if I was day trading, I'd probably something I would, you know, uh look for it to hold real quick and then I would jump in. Now if it's a slow mover, a big tech or something like that, I may want some confirmation, and maybe a little bit of consolidation. So I think a lot of that depends on the stock itself. But yeah, let me know, Shaw, if you see an example of something like that. Uh, well, I think I have an alert for pullback. I never can remember how I let's do 10 pullback. There's one on the 5 minute. Let's do the I think I had one called strong stock pulling back or something like that. And there's that minestrone. Let's take a look. No, that's a top list. Well, let's see if there's anything in there. Okay, quite a few things in there. Intraday. Let's move this around a little bit. First, let me see this minestrone. All right, so let's take a look. Yeah, these are just stocks that are going to be at their 10 period moving average. There's that PDD that I'm in, trying to get through its 10-day moving average. Beak. Let me see. I think I have a. I may just have it PB. Yeah. Let's do this one right here. Pull back to 10 SMA. Let's go to history. All right, from this morning, square, Roku. Oh, it's a 10-day. Gosh, this is a good one too. But a lot of times you're looking at the pull back 10 SMA on a 15-minute. All right, so look at some of these other ones. Let's go back like to yesterday. Okay, yeah, this probably not the best day to be looking at this. There's one where if you're trading it, not bad volume, and it is up over 1.5%. So this is a strong stock. This is the kind of thing that I normally look for, and this is the case where you know you got to have a lot of conviction just to buy it on the pullback. I would typically be looking for something doing a lot more volume and. Uh, Probably wouldn't be crazy about the move it already had yesterday in this scenario, but let's say it didn't have that day and it was doing really strong. Yes, I might give it a shot there, maybe at least half a size. Or another one, you can wait for the bar reversal. So you didn't get it there, and then you had a nice little uh, zoom in. Then you had a nice little doji there, and then you had a bar reversal, and that could be an area, there's your consolidation you're talking about, and then popped above. It's not working out just because we got a crap market right now, but that's a good example of, you know, do you just dive right in? You dive right in something like this, and then you get shaken out. So it may be, you wait for the bar reversal after that. It's just, but some of those fast movers, gosh, this is already going back. Why is it time? Not sure why it's showing me the candle over here. Yeah, I got to look into that. I'm on a brand new dev build, first time so I probably need to tell them about this. This is not lining up correctly. But that one case was good there. It's tough to tell sometimes. As the market goes to lows, I should just start selling these gaps all the time. But I'm kind of playing these. I got small size in. Uh, well, I did buy some more Baidu today when I pull back, but still not big size. I maybe, I'm playing this on a longer term. I'm thinking there's a good chance. I'm still thinking that China and these internets could be putting in a bottom. We'll see. Yeah, VWAP Shaw could be just like pull. That's another just indicator, much like the moving average. And the spies are on lows. Okay, it's only had one bar reversal, and that was a head fake right there. Crazy. And that's going back to 8.5. So almost this whole month, this thing's been ripping higher. What is that, about a 13, 14, 15% move? See if Marvell's holding up during this pullback here. Yeah. At Raw Stores was on my list today just because obviously you would need a bar reversal. But boy, I was, sold off pretty hard. Then you had yesterday had an inside dot, a doji day. This is what playing these earnings. Boy, you just got to be real careful. Of course, a box would have worked out nicely for 2 days there, but TZA seeing some action in the reverse small caps. Got to put that alert back in there just in case that thing was on the go. But take a look at this Apple. If you can get to that 10-period moving average, see, this is what I want that XLF to do after that move it's had. You see this kind of shooting star. Correct me, guys. Is that a shooting star? What is that right there? We have. Uh, but then if you look at XLF, nope, it didn't have one. It's more of a spinning top. So have some work to be done there. S- Take a look at spies and take a look at the yesterday's low is 557.18. So about 30 cents away from that. I'm probably going to have to cut this Baidu. It's just still useless. Yeah, shouldn't have added. Let's take a look at the cues, take a look around, see Q's kind of in no man's land, still marginally up on the day. Not sure why. Guess you got some semis that are holding it up pretty good. Amazon, Tesla's up. We just looked at the spies. IWM is dealing with its 10 period moving average. See if I can get through that 10 period moving average. I should have faded Tesla right there. But I was thinking it could get up close to this 10 period moving average. And the market is teetering spies from yesterday's low. See if we get the wick below yesterday's low, then bounce. Good, decent volume, relative volume in this. Oh, it's the inverse. Commercial banking. Huh. Oh, it's a micro fang. It's one I've never seen. 5 million, little 6 million floater. But I have a hard time trusting that looking at these fundamentals. I'm revenues minus 282K, cash in hand 301. Okay, thank you, Trader 77. Yeah, I just don't know if we can fall out of bed with this kind of volume. It's really dead. Neon's been a horse lately. Yeah, I hear you, man. It's so tough to shorten the hole in this market, that's for sure. SoFi, I think CEO has been buying shares on pullbacks. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go higher, but that is interesting. I think if it can take out that yesterday's high, I think we may be looking at least a gap fill. All you have to do is look at a sun, which the CEO has been, I think, buying for years. It's still near all-time lows. So don't assume those CEOs know what they're doing. I mean, I would rather have them buying than selling, that's for sure, but it doesn't necessarily mean. And who knows what they could be doing. They could be buying and then, buying a ton of puts in another brokerage account, I guess. I guess they could do that through a friend or something. Now, Marvell is okay, still far from all-time highs. You got this level right here that if it does get through again, I think there's a real good chance it will go to, another $6. Now it's running into this level right here. So heard one of Barry's little penny stocks. Let's take a look at Barry's watch list and see if anything's performing well. Quantum, that didn't work. Nope. Nope. Typical. That one's holding up okay. Battling is two. Uh, oh, it's got a nice little bottom right here. Resistance level, 10 period moving average, 29 million. I'll throw an alert up there in case it can get through that level. Could be one to watch for at least a move to $10. PGY is close to highs. And look at the next high. We still may have another over a buck in that thing. Maybe not today, but maybe over the next 2 or 3 days. I bought a little bit of that minestrone again at 53. Once again, this is an earnings play. I, looked at the report. I thought they did very well. So, and I've seen this thing trade before. I don't know if it's going to go higher, but willing to take a chance since it's already got me once today. What was that wick there in Baba? Hopefully somebody has a huge order, so they threw that out there to mess up people. They used to do that. I know that for a fact. They would. So think about it this way: if you're close, especially if you're close to highs, and you have a big order, and it seems like we used to have prints out of the money all the time. So you could print out of the money. Okay, so what that does is it makes the high a lot higher than what it was. And so they can accumulate a lot of shares before it comes through people's alerts hitting a new high. So that was some shenanigans they used to play. So if somebody had just a huge order today to fill in Baba, they can sit here and just run this thing all the way up to almost 86 before uh, everybody starts piling in. I'm not saying that's happening here, but uh, it used to happen quite frequently back in the good old days. They still do it, Mark. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. Taking a look at IBIT, which is Bitcoin, trying to get a bounce now off this 200-day. I'm not sure if this is anywhere near where real Bitcoin is trading in relationship to the 200-day, but nonetheless, it is an area of support. See if Bitcoin could get a bounce, very similar to what we're seeing in the market. Just a little a wick and a possible bounce there. It's really dead out there when you got VIPS coming through your races on that move. And there's your go-to Trader 77. I'll tell you a wacky one is this. I mean, look at this Lee action. I mean, it is just asinine. Look at that, just crazy. Just huge bar. And I actually bought it the other day, but I scalped it when it broke down through that low and it was down like, I don't know, 17% or something like that. Then it had a nice bounce and I got out, but just crazy. It's just untradeable. And SPY's getting a little lift now. No volume, but midday, no volume. Real tempted to trade that Marvell, but I typically don't like playing earnings plays, but that's just looking at that daily chart. It's above all this congestion now. I mean, it's probably one I could keep it, real tight if I played it. In other words, if it breaks 75, I can get out. But there's your inverse gold miners. Let's see, gold. It's kind of selling off. Silver. It's just impossible to trade. Oil's having a kind of an ugly day. Take a look at the dollar real quick. Bouncing after flirting with multi-year lows. And TLT is doing some selling today. I was tempted to buy that IBIT. See if this thing can maybe have a little dash down toward the 10-period moving average. Zing coming through again. Man, seeing some action on no volume at all, really. Up 25, 26%. There was another one I was watching. I guess it's a monkeypox, so you'd have to almost wait for. But I like to where it pulled back, and that's that GovX. But pulled back to that 20. It's kind of an interesting candle yesterday, but let's face it, in this one you gotta almost sit around and wait for some monkeypox news. Brr. Snap. Boy, what a wreck that's been the last several years. Yeah, this is day you try to find one stock like Barry did this morning. Make your day and call it a day.
All right, Andy. Listen, I was trying to make it right to the last second at one
Well, you,
o'clock.
well,
Yeah,
you can. Yeah, you have every right.
God.
It
Oh my goodness.
is
It's
dead. Yeah,
boring. Well, even
it
on
is.
I actually have a 3 minute chart up, and it's flatlining.
Yeah,
Most of
yeah,
the stocks, and not
yeah.
even usually a 3 minute chart you'll get a little bit of action, but they're flatlining. So yeah, this is just really really boring.
It really is.
I just caught the tail end when you said, yeah, I did okay in the early trade, and I've done nothing since.
Yeah.
Nothing
Oh
since.
no,
Not
no,
going to try to force the issue.
not at all. Not at all. You know what? It's funny to watch Zing keep going up on really very little volume at all. It's only doing
The
relative
what? Which
volume.
one is that?
Zing
The
or
Oh,
Sing.
Sing,
Yeah,
Zing,
Sing.
whatever. Yeah, however you pronounce it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
did see that one earlier. Yeah,
Had a nice little pop. Another one there. So
yeah. Another one that at
really,
least was moving higher was LEXX.
yeah, I
LEXX.
just saw that. Yeah.
That's been a nice steady one, but I
Hmm.
didn't really see it early, and it's just one of those things you don't see it early enough, and now I don't want to take it now. But yeah, it had some news. I guess it's one of those obesity drug plays.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
like what is it, Ozempic or something like that?
Yeah,
Whatever that
well,
is.
yeah. I mean, GLP-1, whatever that. I don't know what the acronym actually stands for,
Right.
but GLP-1 is all these obesity drug plays.
Okay.
So anyway, yeah. Well, okay. I guess I got to take over. I guess
Well,
I should
I'm
show a
sure
little more
you'll.
enthusiasm.
I'm sure you'll call it early today, right?
Yes, yes.
Going into a 3-day weekend, it's going to be dead.
We're
Yeah.
actually going to head down to your neck of the woods.
Oh, really?
Well, not really. We're going to Bellingham, which is just across the border, but we're into the United States. We're going to U.S. This afternoon.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Bellingham is just
Nice.
north of Seattle. I was kidding. Your neck of the woods, just
Yeah.
U.S. of A.
Exactly.
Yeah,
There you go.
there you go. We're
Well,
about half
good.
an hour away
Just
from the border.
what's there that you wish to see?
There's a I think Perfect Circle. I don't know if he's in the room. I think he's in that area. There's a really a great little community called Fairhaven.
Hmm.
And it's a great little community. And it's like old fashioned. It's almost like going back in time to Hippiesville. Okay.
Oh,
And I don't
yeah.
mean it, but it's got old libraries. It's got old coffee shops. It's just a really
Nice.
quaint, I
Yeah.
guess it's called quaint. I guess that's what it would be
Yes.
called. It'd be
Yes.
called quaint.
Oh, yeah.
But so we go there every now and then and spend an afternoon there and come home.
Oh, yeah. We got a lot of quaint towns here in Texas
Yeah, I bet you
with
do.
with the the courthouse in the center of this
Yeah,
square, and
exactly.
all that. With
Exactly.
a lot of
Andy Mayberry.
there you go, there you
There
go.
you go. Okay, my friend. Well, listen, have a great time watching college football this weekend,
Yeah, you do the
and
same.
we'll rehash the events that happened next Friday.
All right, Barry. Have a good one, man.
Okay, go
Enjoy your
Aggies.
weekend.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
yes. All right, everybody. Have a good one. Bye bye.
All right, guys, I've taken over the screen and taken over sound in the main room. Get rid of my announcement. And one last thing to do, just get my music going. Okay, guys. I was just saying to Andy, I mean, this Lex actually, I didn't see Lex early. I'm seeing it now, but I did not see LEXX early. Yeah, but it's had a nice stretch. But I see a lot of stocks like this, like even just flatlining on a 3-minute chart, which is really strange. A 3-minute chart. Usually, that's why I usually don't like to see a 3-minute chart, because it's you can get they can be very erratic. But a lot of stocks just looking like this right now. Dead, dead, dead. However, not the Sing. Yeah, we were just talking about the last time I saw Sing was at $6. So that has been a nice run. CING. Next high looking left. If you're desperate for a trade, 1013. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that is the next high looking left. It took out yesterday's high a little while ago at 781. So it's a little bit above yesterday's high. VWAP 729, so it's above that. And I don't really see any reason for it today. I don't even know what they do. I know it's a bio, but I don't know. Lex, LEXX, that is one of those obesity drugs, a GLP-1. So they had some news on that one. Second GLP-1 human pilot studies showing 0 adverse events. Okay. Oral capsule. So I guess that's good. No injection. Yes, it can. Great. A question, guys. Perfect time to ask questions. Okay. Perfect time. Yes. So be it. So the question is, can the price alerts window be set up can it be set up with a sound when it triggers? And the answer is yes. Just going to find here. So here's my price alert window. So it's exactly the same as with an alert window. You just right click. Okay, right click, go to actions, check the play sound, set up the sound. So have you done one with an alert window? So be it. Because now you just follow all this. Not available for the web. Well, let me go to the web. Just make sure. Yeah, I guess there are no actions here. I don't know why. Because you can set, I mean, very minor. You've got some sounds you can set on your alert windows, but yeah, I guess not. Make sure it's not in some other. No, I guess not. Okay, well, let me know if that works. You know what I might do, guys? It's so. I said yesterday that we are being mandated. We have to change the room. Okay, the way it is now, it's the same room. It's the same room, but it's an updated version. And the developer of the room told me that we're the last holdout. So he's actually said you've got to change because I won't be supporting it anymore. So he did give me the link. I'm going to, now the only issue is I don't know if it's going to have a real detrimental, to my computer's detriment if I have the two rooms going. I just want to see. I told him I would do it next week, but it's so dead right now that I thought maybe what I'll do. Give me a moment. And I might invite a couple, maybe I'll invite Pepe in if he, give me a moment. I'm having a tough time copying this password that he's given to me. Okay. So this is what it looks like. I mean, it's going to be very, very similar. Hey, let me see if I can give you the link, Pepe. So what I'll do is I'll get the screen sharing going. I'll get on the mic. I'll mute myself in the main room. Oh, Chris, it's impossible to answer a question like that. Our YouTube room, what's the approximate average P&L per per day, week that a moderate trader can usually make using trade ideas, Holly, AI, and swing? Because everybody uses it differently. Okay, it's impossible. It all depends on your style of trading. Even when you get the alert, how well you can read a chart, because nothing is automated. Okay, it's okay. Ah, there's dip buyer too. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to mute myself in the main room, okay? In fact, that's what I'll do. I'll put myself on mute in the main room. Okay, so I'm muting myself in the main room. Okay, let's see. First of all, let's get the screen sharing going. Share screen. Okay, let me know if you see the screen. How are you guys getting in? Alpina B7. And now I'll get my, okay, so you guys should be able to hear me now. Okay, you've got the visual, and can you hear me? Okay, excellent. Okay. Now I know there's a way to get, probably a way to get rid of this. Okay, well, that was pretty good. And the screen is crisper. Wow, excellent. Well, you know what? Why don't I do this just for fun? I'll invite anybody who wants to come over. Okay, this is. I mean, it's a good exercise for me right now. Okay, because we have to move to this room. So guys, I just put a link in for this for the new room. Okay, I mean it's in essence it's the old room, but it's been updated. And actually, Pepe says the screen is crisper. And for those who don't know, I mean this is not our product; it's a third-party product. So you can come on over. Okay, my name does show up. Okay, that's good. Just made a post here. Now it's just a matter of and we still have the tabs. We have the tabs, same tabs. So everything's the same. Test, test, test. Draw, Mr. Draw. Looks more modern too. Okay, good. Well, that was the idea. So, any problem getting in? I mean, any issues getting into the room at all? All you did was click on the link and then create your name and get in. It was easy. I'm sharing my screen also. Yes, I'm sharing my screen. Well, I was told you can see my screen. Okay, everybody see the screen. Make sure. I know Pepe says he sees the screen. And Draw says, so Mike, why wouldn't you see the screen? I wonder. Maybe you have to do a refresh up here. Ah, okay. Oh, I see that. I didn't know you guys had that option. No, you can't close up the previous room. The reason being is that I'm just testing this right now, just because it's so slow. I don't think I'm going to stay here. So yeah, so I guess you guys have to click on screens. Okay. I mean, I'd love to move everybody over. I mean, it obviously works well, but we still have a lot of people in the other room that aren't moving over. Huh, interesting. I got both rooms open and my computer's not going crazy. Yeah, wow. You're right, Mike. I'm seeing it right now. JBDI. Yeah, I'm seeing it right now. big pop off 10 this morning, or not that long ago, half an hour ago, maybe. Yeah, he's told me that there are some, yeah, he's told me there's other things in this room. But the main thing is, okay, the main thing is if the screen is at least as good as the other one, Pepe is saying it's crisper, and you guys can hear me the same way, and then it's a go. It's just a matter of now I have to figure out when you guys want to log in, what link am I giving you? I wonder if I can be in both rooms. I guess I can be in both rooms. Okay. I know I'm muted, Sam. I know I'm muted. This will be the new room, probably starting next week. Okay. I just have to make sure that, okay. So that's the problem. Okay. I can't have the mic on in the other room. Okay. I thought maybe I could have the mic on in the other room also, but I can't. Yeah, no, well, let me do this. I'm going to put myself on mute here. So, guys, I'm going to get back into this room here. Okay, the main room. I put a link. This will be the new room, probably starting next week. So, anybody who's in the room right now, why don't you see? I put this link in the Pro Trading Room link. Why don't you click on that link and come into the other room? Okay. So let's address that, Pepe. The screen is, so I'm going to mute myself again. Okay, so let's address that. The screen is smaller here because of the tabs at the top. See, I don't see what you're seeing, of course. How's that? How is that in terms of the screen now size? I don't know how to get rid of this though. I don't know if I do that. Will it? No. Okay. Edgar, just okay. Here's the link to get into the room that we're testing. Okay, there's the link. So again, I know there's going to be. I got to flip back to the other mic. So there's the link, guys. It would really help if some of you would come in. It's so slow for me today that I wasn't going to do this today, but there's a link to get into the what we'll call the new room. I have to start using it next week. That's because I was on this. Okay. How's that? That should be better. Well, yeah. I mean, if I get enough people in the room, it's just that I can't have. Sorry. Yeah. You can stay. Yeah. The only reason we saw that is because this is the monitor I'm sharing, of course. So. So Pepe, how's the screen size now? Is it still smaller, or because I don't know what you guys actually see? Oh, it did not change it. Okay. You can drag and make the screen. So that's on your end, right, Dwayne? Not my end. No, I know you see the same screen, but it's the size of the screen that I'm wondering about. Sorry, YouTubers. Again, it's so slow today that I apologize that we're testing this again. This room, this no room rules. I'll have to get that in. So you're talking about the tab names here? Okay, so I wonder if there's any way around that. So I see I can do this. I can just detach screen to a new window. What is that going to do? Okay, now that yeah, I just got to get used to this. I've got a couple things open now that I shouldn't. So I have to try to figure out how to close. So, I mean, there may be a way. The thing is, you guys have to have access to this, right? The screens, because you have to click on that in order to see my screen. All right, guys, I know there's some whining here. No, I don't mean you guys on my computer. And that's because I've got a bunch of things open that I'm trying to close now. That's when I did the detach. How do I get rid of that? Oh, sorry, I was muted. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. So the question is it a big deal, the screen size right now? Listen, I know this, you're seeing this overlay, but is it a big deal, the size of the screen that you can see right now compared to the other? Like, what is the difference, percentage wise? I mean, it's just this that's taking up, because the question we're going to have to ask him. Oh, it's interesting. So it's identical. So the screen size is identical for you. Again, sorry, YouTubers. I'm going to have to do this move, and probably just as good a day as any because it's so slow. Okay, guys. Well, the other thing for me is that I never had to see this. Now, my guess is there some way I can. I know what to do. Of course. Okay. Now I'm back to now. So there are 36 people who moved over. Okay, so I can now. Okay, guys. Well, and then where does the chat go for you, Spanky? Okay, where does the posting area go for you? So you can detach, and then what are you left with? Do you like what exactly would you be left with? I mean, or can you detach the chat too, so you can detach both and put them anywhere you want? I know you could detach. I don't detach the chat. You see, for me, all I've done here now is I've just shrunk this down for me because I don't have to, of course, see what you're seeing. You cannot paste a picture in the new room. Um, well, Pepe, or sorry, Dwayne looked like he was able to paste a picture of his screen. Well, that looks pretty good. So, Chris, I don't know if you're still listening to me in our in YouTube, but yeah, it's impossible to know. I mean, everybody has a different trading style, and it all depends on how much discipline you've got, your share size and all that. If you obey your stops, don't obey your stops, it's really, really impossible to say, well, this is what you can usually make using trade ideas. Well, let me make sure I can paste. I'm pretty sure I can paste, but yeah, there's the link to the room. Okay. Okay, let me thank you, Pepe. I see what you're. I'm going to take that. I'm going to. I'm going to pass that on to Sebastian right now. Yeah, so what I've done is I've sent that to the developer of the room. Okay, Rascal. I don't know. I just don't know. Obviously, I don't know enough about. See what I do right now. Of course, I just shrink everything, but I don't know. I don't know how to do it if it can be done. So I've just sent what Pepe sent to me, and I've sent that to the developer, and I'll just ask the question: can it be done? So that link that I gave you guys to get into the room, that's just a direct link. You're not having to go to the homepage or anything, are you? That's just a link that gets you right in. All right, guys. So, well, let me continue on. We got about a split now. If Sebastian is around, I might even get him to come into the room if he's around. He, you know what? He is around. Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm just talking. Sebastian may show up. I just asked him to show up. See if he does. Yeah, so KV Ray, if you click on the link that I put up there, you can get into the room that we're testing. We have to move to that room. It's not, I have no choice, but it seems like it's pretty good. So anybody in the room, call it the old room, if you want to head over to the new room, again, okay, there you are, KV Ray, great. Okay, kind of flipping back and forth between mics. Now, in case Sebastian cannot show up, this is what he posted to me, but I'm hoping he will show up. Okay, but this is what he posted to me. Okay, from the developer of the room. Meanwhile, okay, well, let's see what's going on. Yibo, why? I don't think I've ever seen this one before. YIBO, Planet Image International. What do they do? Engages in the manufacturing and sale of compatible toner cartridges. Okay, well, I guess there's a business for everything. So did that make sense when he says you can double click the screen share area? Not acceptable. Okay. Okay. Not the same. Okay. Lose the chat when double click. Okay. Well, maybe he'll come in. So engineer, you're talking about in our channel bar? Well, my page. Oh, my page. Okay. I got to be careful. I got all these links up now. Okay, so this is the relative strength leaders. Okay, this one is the flip of it. Okay, these are the ones on the way down. This is the one on the way up. Now, when you say different links, you mean there are different, you get more symbols? Is that what you mean? No, because I made a change here. You know, I've limited it now. It's just 6 symbols on each. But let me see maybe what you're talking about. No, I can see I'm going to have to put my links in there. Oh, okay. So what is the question then if you're getting the same? Well, okay. I mean, the relative strength leaders, when you say you want the biggest gainers, you mean the biggest gainers for the day? So in this top list window right here, okay, I'm gonna have to. I don't have my tab in the new room, so or I have it, but I don't have my link there. So just give me a moment. See if I can figure out what you're talking about. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, so that all works. Okay, so here are my scans. I mean, if you wanted them, you know, you could even take a look at any one of these top lists. So the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, you've got them now. Okay, so you're good. Oh, the gainers has the wrong link. This one right here. Are you okay? Which I'm sorry. So just point. I'm going to point to the top one. This should be fine. Biggest gainers from the start of the race. Large cap gainers from the start of the race. So are you talking about this one right there, the top one, the top link? Okay. Well, let me just click on it. There it is. Now, if you're loading it right now, remember, you're not going to see everything that happened from the beginning, but let me just load it. I think it's going to be the same. Load from the cloud. There it is. There's the link right there. Load it. So here, it's not the race. What in the world happened? Well, okay. All you have to do is launch the race, okay? Sorry about that. Launch the race. I must have copied the link a little bit differently. So that's all you have to do. Okay, so from the top list, launch the race. I am sure, though, that I gave him this link right there. Okay. I'm going to oh, give me a moment, please. I see. My problem is I don't have control in that room. I always have to rely on somebody else to do it. He's very good at it, but well, he's usually very responsive. But I don't know what happened there. Let me just see if the top list window. Okay. Well, thanks for pointing that out. I had no idea. Man, look at that Sing, C-I-N-G. Still, I'm going to pull back here. What did it pull back to? 847 is, well, way below the VWAP, but it's over the VWAP. Meanwhile, let's see what the market is doing. The market is putting a little bit of a bounce off the bottom here. So guys, on Tuesday though, you're going to have to go into the old room. Okay, this was just a test. There's some things we have to do on our end, so this is just a test. So the way you were getting into the old room, you do the same thing, going to the I guess our home page or my home page, and then clicking on the trading room. So Alpina, I don't actually have like a layout that I share. Okay, what I do is, so I'll put in the link to my home page. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So down here, if you scroll down, whoops, why is that? All right, this is what you're going to see. And the middle section, my scans, okay? So this is what I'm sharing. Now, unfortunately, this is the wrong link. I can tell you how to turn it into this, but this is, and this will get replaced with the link that looks like the race. And this is the Halts resumes is over here. The relative strength leaders from the close is down here. And then the upside movers versus downside movers is here, okay? But as you can see, I am sharing other scans. I do not have them all up and running. And neither should you. The reason I say that is that you don't, it's way too many scans I have up and running. Oh man, are you kidding me? Well, something's going on then. You just need the race? Okay, here's what I'll do, because when you click on this, it's not giving you exactly. So what I'll do for you is I'll duplicate it into a free floating window. And this is the race, okay? Typically you would just click on this, but unfortunately it's sort of a different type of a link. Now, what do you mean? You're clicking on Momo and it's going into an Excel spreadsheet? Okay, well, this is not an okay. You only see one stock. Remember what I was telling you earlier? Okay. When you load one of my scans right now, and you haven't had it before, you're only going to see the last one. Okay. You're not going to see all the ones previous. When you say no graph, so you're confusing me now, engineer. This is what you should see. Okay, just the, typical momentum scan, and it's an alert window. I just loaded it from my homepage, and this is what I get. No graph. No, this is an alert window, remember? So you would just click on the symbol, and it's going to load into your charts. You're confusing it with GoMomo. Okay. It's completely different. Okay. That's completely different. On my homepage, I do not have this. And I probably won't, because it's, it's an add-on subscription. So I probably will not put that on my homepage. The momentum scan you see is this one on my homepage. Yeah, I don't think maybe Sebastian is tied up. I don't think he can come into the room. Normally he might be in Europe. Well, guys, okay, here's the bottom line though. I mean, if, as Pepe pointed out, we're missing a little bit from the top, a little bit from the side. Well, I hope it's not a deal breaker. I mean, it can't be a deal breaker, because that's what we have to do. We have to start using the new room. And room rules are back. Okay, guys. Well, a good time to ask questions. I'm 100% sure I'm not going to take any trades right now. So good time to ask some questions if you have any. Okay, Rudy says he just updated it. Okay, let me see if that is actually right now. Okay, clicking on my homepage link, and I think we're going to have the same problem. Yeah, so the click here for some anyway. Yeah, the click here for some is going to be grayed out. It's not clickable. All you have to do is keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, okay? And then hit the refresh icon. And that should, yeah, there it is. Click here. And now let's see, he just said he changed it. That is the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Yes. Okay. Is that good or bad, Shady? Good. Okay. All right. I guess it's all a preference, a matter of taste, I guess. So what is the use of chart movers upside? Where are you seeing that, engineer? You're testing me. Where are you seeing chart movers upside? Where are you seeing that? Fourth row, where though? Fourth row in my second, okay, in mine, okay. And my home page, okay. When you say here, what do you mean by here? You're not talking here, are you? If you are, I have no idea. Oh, okay. You're talking this one, movers of the upside greater. Okay. What's the purpose of it? Okay, are you guys getting the chat messages in real-time feed? Yeah, so you don't have to keep refreshing the page to get new messages. So what this is it's what we call a compare count window, engineer. So basically, it takes two competing scans and runs them off against each other. So with I call this movers to the upside with greater than 300,000 with no relative volume. I added that in. That means there's the relative volume filter is not there. Versus the movers to the downside with greater than 300,000. So if I click on configure, you're going to see what I'm talking about. Oops. Let me get this into a free floating window. Sort of. I mean, people can use it, but it's just taking two competing scans. Okay. So if I click on configure, green data, red data. Okay. So if I look at it, so it's taking this data. Okay. It works in the pre-market. I don't get very many in the pre-market, but in fact, yeah. But if a stock makes a new high with pre-market and post-market, so it's going to take this between 50 cents and $30, 300,000 shares minimum. Volume in the last 300 last minute is at least 300% of normal. So what happens is whatever I can flip will flip. So what do I mean by flip? I can flip new high to new low, pre-market highs to lows, and I can flip stock has to be down at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. Because now you'll see if I click on the configure, you can see that this is just the reverse of the other one. Okay. So basically it's looking at, okay, how many stocks were, when it's green, were, gotta cancel out this. So it's just telling you now. I don't pay any attention to this graph here. I mean, it's kind of all squiggly, and of course, I accidentally started this again, so that's why we're not seeing. That's why it looks 57.43. But in a strong day, though, I'm finding even on a weekday, we seem to be getting more stocks that are more positive stocks. But that's all that's doing. It's just saying I don't really concern myself too much with the percentages. This is a scroll, okay, a ticker, like in the old days, a ticker tape. and you just click on it and you get the, so what it can be a little more powerful sometimes, if especially if the market's up and everything is green and all of a sudden you see a red one come through. Click on it because it is obviously running, counter to what the market's doing, as an example. Okay, so it's just think of it this way, just taking two competing scans, running them off against each other, and what scan is producing more than the other. How's that? With very similar filters, just flipping the filters that can be flipped, and an alert that can be flipped. Obviously, you can go from new high to new low. If a stock is up for the day, make it down for the day. Just get them competing against each other, and you can do this with virtually anything. If you wanted to have if you wanted to create a symbol list of energy stocks competing against each other, like what is happening with energy stocks. If you had a symbol list full of energy stocks, and you could run that competing against each other, things like that. It's just sort of a different way. The reason I'm doing this here is it's just a different way of presenting our data. Okay. I could have just as easily had two alert windows side by side, and you would have seen, real-time alerts going off the upside versus the real-time alerts to the downside. Okay. Side by side. This is, again, just a different presentation of the data. And I guess, the graph is obvious now. I'm going to now look, I don't really pay that much attention to it. This is just the frequency now of the alerts, alerts per second. Lucy is alive. Okay. Let's see if it's winning any races. No. So Lex really didn't move that much off the 4, I see. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. Now, the only thing I see is that you guys are in the general market talk. Well, it's okay. But again, we do have the specific stocks again for the specific stocks. Let me get my link in there also. No, I think it's going to be the old one still, Captain. I think they want Trade Ideas wants people to go through our website to get to the room. So I have a feeling that, and we're undergoing some kind of I don't know, an accounting change also. So it may not be until Thursday or Friday next week. Oh, just like the other room, Mike. Yeah, well, the other room. I mean, I still have to call it the main room, but where is it? Yeah, the gear says always scroll to the bottom. So let me see. The same gear, probably. Hmm. Oh, it's different on this one. Okay. Upper left-hand corner. General settings. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, I see. Chats and alerts left. So this, I don't know if you guys can do all this, or this is me that can do this, and it's set for everybody, or maybe you guys can do it the way you want in terms of the room layout. Ah, finally. Okay, guys. So William is not keeping the room open. Okay, so I'm taking off in I don't know, 20 minutes or so. So William is not keeping the room open. So when I leave, that's it. Remember, Monday is a market holiday. Look at GME. Yeah, GME has had a good couple of days actually. I got more wild action for this JBDI. Came out of nowhere today. Went from 10 all the way up to almost 16. Been a wild week for it. All right, guys, you know what might not be dead is ATPC. It may not be dead. Look at the volume that's just coming into ATPC, a little bit of volume coming in, and we're getting a bit of a surge here. I mean, who knows? Maybe it will take out 3, and maybe it'll challenge the high of the day. If you're, watch this one. I mean, the volume is coming in. You can see a little bit of a change right there in that volume bar on the 3-minute chart with respect to a lot of the previous ones. And this still has another 15 seconds to close. So you can see the volume is increasing. All right, 8KSO guys, another new high here. The high right here is 125. There is a 208. Wow, so it's got some room. I mean, this has some room. Maybe next week, maybe today. Probably a low float, pretty low float, 17 million. See if there's any news. So they did an offering, a $6 million offering. It hasn't affected the stock originally, but it has come back. It's actually gone positive now. Thank you, Captain Para. You too. Have a great, well, we'll see everybody on next Tuesday. Yes. So anyway, looking left, so there is a 200-day moving average, about 148. And then the next high is 154. So this area, could pose to be the resistance area, but this looks interesting. Not a lot of volume, 4.5 times normal, but only 400,000 or 300,000 shares. And they priced it at $1 a share. So it's over the, they're only raising $3.1 million. So it's over the financing price right now. Is it possible to change the font or label size of, I don't know what the Ray menu is. Oh, the race menu. No. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Now the font. So I'm surprised it's not showing it like this. Maybe just do this. You see where it says use browser interface? Uncheck that and then check it again. Okay. And then it should look like this. Okay, good. Boy, guys, I mean, look, I won't be around, but look at the ATPC. Look at this thing. I mean, it might do it, especially if if you can see my 3-minute chart. That turns blue, or the next one is blue. Remember, we've got the orange right here. It may not, but there's a possibility that this could take out 3 and maybe make a challenge to the high of the day. Well, let's see. Let's see if this either turns blue or the next one is blue. The next 3-minute candle is blue, or 3-minute bar is blue. Yeah, it doesn't look good. But look at the market. Yeah, the market's trying to come back a little bit here. So the SPY is still up. NAS is up a little. Dow's only down a little now. So the market is trying to come back. We just got a halt here, guys. IFIN just got halted on the way down. Yeah, only it's one of these acquisition. Barely snuck in. My minimum volume for my halts resumes is 20,000. So that barely snuck in, 20,348. Okay, guys. Well, it's getting close. I'll hang around for another 4 or 5 minutes if there are no more posts, and I'll take off. Wish everybody a good long weekend. Yeah, you too, Michael. Now, was this shortable for me? Just out of curiosity, SCI? No, not shortable. You can see the pattern there. Okay, orange turning to deep purple, and that is for CING on the 3-minute chart. So it's not shortable for me though. The alert would have been at 776 right up here. I got down to 741. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. That would have been a nice one. And again, this is from the GoMomo 3-minute. Interesting. Well, orange to cyan and then blue. So, I mean, it doesn't, it's not that you can't take the trades. It's just that this is the scan designed to find not quite this, but let's just see. I mean, will this turn into a giant blue bar taking out that 288? All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap this up. Again, thanks for indulging me on testing this new room while it was pretty quiet. That really has helped. Now, when we start next week at some point, probably it won't be on Tuesday, definitely. So come into the main room or come into the room the way you normally have. Okay, but that really helped. I was going to have to try to do this on the weekend, so that really helped. So let me, first of all, find the other room. Where is that other room? There you are. Okay, so I'm shutting down the main room, still the main room, okay? Yeah, I'm proud of myself. I remember not to put Monday. Tuesday, the room will open. Okay, so the main room has been shut down. I'm going to shut down YouTube now.